Yep. Yeah. He spoke. I don't know, about an hour and a half ago. I believe.
Drinks already spoke too as well.
Ooh, did we get anything? I was driving in. Did we get anything good from Drink? Do you know? Are you aware?
I am not aware. I am sitting in front of the main room, so I'm relying on tweets right now.
Okay. All right. I will say this: if he was not, I'll tell you. How do I word this? He did the interview with our guy that we're going to have later on today, Noah. He was on with him and the crew on SEC Network.
Yep.
He was that enthusiastic. He was that way on the podium. He'll win by a mile Speaker of the Week.
Okay, so he was pretty jazzed up then this morning.
He was fun. He was great, and he might be the best speaker. He was not that way. It's now going to confirm a theory I have that those guys are mud on the podium, and the best way to view SEC Media Days through TV, where you can actually hear them when they do the studio interview with you, with the studio guys there.
Sure.
So far, I think that's been a little bit better. But Greg Sankey spoke today. We'll talk about that. What did you take away before we get into big picture on it later on?
Yeah, I thought some of the comments that he made about the SEC having conversations about breaking away was not alarming, but just acknowledging that was pretty interesting. I thought, obviously, he stood firm on in the college football, the SEC championship game, staying put, which sounds like all the other ones might go with it, but that one's not anytime soon, at least. But yeah, I standard for the most part outside of the thing about the breakaway.
All right, we'll get into. I'll give my thoughts coming up in the next segment. We'll get into that a lot. Also, you, Chris, and Wes had a very interesting conversation as it pertained to the breakaway. I've got my personal feelings as to how I would see that working, and I want to get into that as well. So we'll talk a lot about that. Again, the schedule for today: Sankey, with Sankey, Brent Venables, and Eli Drinkwitz highlighted the morning session. Then the afternoon session will be Will Stein from Kentucky, and give me the other one. Josh Heupel. Ooh, and Josh Heupel's boring. Really boring. Will Stein, I'm actually interested to hear from and see what energy level I've got. Like if we got a phone call from Will in Lexington, and he just started talking, I wouldn't know who Will Stein is. Does anybody know Will Stein's voice?
Well, that was the thing I said earlier. I'm like, I'm sure Dan Lanning let him speak to the media at Oregon, but I can't really recall hearing too much from him directly. I don't know. Look, he's been doing stuff since he's been in Kentucky, but yeah, for a lot of people, this is kind of the first time they'll really get to truly hear who Will Stein is, what's he about, what's his energy level, that kind of stuff as he takes over at Kentucky.
So we'll get into all of that and keep you abreast of what's going on throughout the day there. Some interesting topics to get into as it pertains to what's going on. Over the weekend, Tyler, I can't complain. Great sports weekend. There was no football. Baseball's kind of in a dull post-All-Star swing right now. It'll pick up here with races really getting going in August and coming down to the wire at the end of September. But let's start with the World Cup yesterday. I don't know how your travels went in terms of getting down there or how invested you were in trying to navigate 95 to I don't know how you got down there. I got my ways of getting there. But anyway, World Cup yesterday, I thought it was beautiful. 0-0. I know that's a complaint for Americans. We want to see goals. We want to see England and France 6-4. But I thought it was a beautiful game. And while I felt bad for Messi, I was happy to see Spain win.
Sure. I got here right as about regulation was coming to an end. And when I met up with Elijah and Terry, they were down watching it at the bar at the hotel here. And I mean,
I guess we shouldn't be surprised. I know I picked Argentina on Friday because maybe I was kind of in love with the story of what this run had been for them, and obviously Messi likely playing in his final World Cup. But I mean, you can't ignore the dominance that Spain's had throughout this entire thing. And it was on display yesterday when was it only one shot on goal that Argentina got the entire time?
I believe that's right.
Yeah. So it's just pure dominance, not even allowing them the opportunity to get down there and score. They scored their goal, and obviously that's that. Yeah, you feel for Messi, man, because of obviously what this means to him, and likely being in his last World Cup, more likely than not. But man, Spain obviously proved themselves to be the best team, only allowing one goal this entire time.
Yeah, it was great. Trust me, it would have been neat to see Messi win, and I guess ride off into the sunset. Who knows? He may play again in the next World Cup that they have. He would be roughly around 42. But you look at his dominance now. At some point, when does the true decline occur? But all in all, I think for America, I think for everything, this was a fantastic World Cup. I saw last night. It broke the attendance record. Well over 6 million people attending all the games throughout the World Cup. Absolutely smashed the record. It sounds like TV ratings have been absolutely through the roof. What it has caused, Tyler, is kind of funny. The biggest backlash out of the World Cup. Have you seen the biggest backlash? Have you seen this kind of occurring now?
No, what is it?
It is NFL players going, hey, wait a minute. Why do they get grass on stadiums and we got to play on this this field turf that you clearly you can have grass and we can survive. That has been the biggest backlash is the NFL players going, whoa. No, you're putting grass down for these guys, but you won't do it for us?
Now that you mentioned, yes, I have seen that because of course all the injuries and stuff that's happening on national turf. They say natural grass is the best thing to play on. And I don't even know how many stadiums in the NFL still have natural grass now or not. It's not very many because it gets hurt. It's more maintenance to keep up with and all that kind of stuff. And the vocalness about that's been pretty loud through these past couple of weeks.
It's to the point, actually. I think it's actually to the point that I saw the NFLPA yesterday is now probably going to take this to the league and push for this to be a new rule that there will be no more grass fields. Kind of interesting. Keep an eye on it because that's the biggest backlash. Everything else though seemed to go exceedingly well. Even of course the USA run that we have. So you had that. Then yesterday, that was Tyler. You've heard me. I like my big names to win golf tournaments. Cam Young looked like he might be able to pull this one out. You had Scotty Scheffler kind of making a run. So many great things were happening. In the end, it's a guy that I've heard of, that I'm familiar with. But Ryan Fox is a no-name, essentially. But he went and won the tournament. He went and won it. 4 birdies in the last 6 holes, a clutch 18. I loved it. I was happy for him. That was great. I'll settle for that. I don't like it when he kind of when those guys back their way into a championship. That man went out and took the championship, took the Open Championship, and I thought that made it fantastic.
Yeah, because I saw, was he 84th and 52nd after the first 2 rounds, respectively, where, again, you wouldn't even think that he was anywhere in the mix. But, played his butt off, especially in that final round there to make that run, and obviously went out there and earned. So, really cool story there. Again, I had to catch the highlights of that one because I was driving yesterday. But, pretty wild British Open.
It was, and a lot of fun. And that I hate to say it like this because you still got the Tour Championship, but with college football coming up, with the NFL coming up, you got to be a real big golf enthusiast to kind of continue to follow it. To me, and I love golf, but that was kind of the end of the year right there. That was the end of everything. You still have the Tour Championship. You don't have the Ryder Cup this year, but golf is over. We'll return to action next February, when we get to the AT&T Pebble Beach. And then you got the Players in March, and then, of course, the Masters in April. But for all intent and purposes, that was it. I'm sticking by it, folks. I'm sticking by it. It's 12-11 on a Monday afternoon, Tyler. Put me down. Hold me accountable. I mean, some of this is being overly dramatic. Scotty Scheffler wins 3 majors next year.
Okay.
He was, I mean, you got to admit, it wasn't even his best weekend again. It wasn't his best weekend again. And he's right there in contention to win the tournament. I think a putt or two, a shot or two goes his way. You can't say that he played great and lost. He played average, and he played average in all 4, and had 2 top 5s in the major. He was close. And by the way, here's the other stat. Now, I don't know what it is now. I don't know how the numbers can figure out. Going into the weekend, despite not winning this year at all, well, he won one tournament. I kind of was thinking majors. Scotty Scheffler has the 12th lowest scoring average. That's not this year. That's ever. That's in the history of golf.
Yep.
That is all time. And he was so close. Next year he puts it together. He takes 3 of them. I'll give him the Masters. I'll give him the PGA, and I think he takes the Open.
Well, and
still leaves him minus the Grand Slam at the U.S. Open.
Well, and minus the event a couple weeks ago where he missed the cut. He's, like you said, been in the mix in pretty much every single event after winning the one back in, I think, January it was, because he's currently on his longest streak not winning any event, I think, since he's turned pro, if not close to it, because, again, he usually pops a win every now and then, but like you said, always in the mix there, and kind of, if this would be considered a down year for him, that maybe sets up for next year to be even more dominant for, again, who continues to prove to be the best golfer in the world.
Yeah, won the American Express, and after that, he has had a third at the, let's see, to go back, he had a third at the Phoenix Open, a 4th at the Pebble Beach, finished 2nd at the Masters, 2nd at the Cadillac Championship. It was a tie for 14th at the PGA, 3rd at the CGA Cup, tied for 4th at the U.S. Open. Did miss that cut, and then did miss that cut at the Genesis, and then a tie for 4th at the Open. Again, you look at it, the Masters 2nd, the PGA Championship 14th, and the U.S. Open tied for 4th and tied for 4th there. He's on the cusp. I'm calling it. Whatever it is, whatever that little slight tweak that needs to be made, whatever it is, he'll make it. He'll dominate the tour in 2026. So we'll talk more.
Okay, I'll hold you to it.
Hold me to it. Well, we'll talk more about that coming up later on today. Tyler, you got us some guests lined up in the 2 o'clock hour. What do we got today?
Yeah, so we'll have Chase Daniel, former Missouri quarterback, now works with ESPN at 2 o'clock, and then Dari Noka, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, who you see on the SEC Network with a lot of the studio shows coming up at 2:30. So, yeah, we'll get a couple different perspectives on everything going on, and we're not quite to the end of the day at that point, but maybe kind of wrapping up what we've seen so far from Media Day up to that point.
All right, we'll get into all of that. It's going to be a big show. Coming up, we'll get back into a lot of things Greg Sankey said. Breaking away from college football, Tyler and I will talk about that. I want to get back into that discussion that you, Wes, and Chris had. We'll do that plus more from Greg Sankey. You're listening to the show of the 803, the halftime show. We are live from Tampa. Tyler Head, Bill Gunner, Captain David Dare. It is the halftime show.
In part by Wesco Brew and Bowl in West Columbia, in the heart of Casey. Bowling lanes, arcade games, also a full-service restaurant. Sunday through Thursday till 10 p.m. Friday and Saturday till midnight.
Oh, our buddy Steven, who gets nothing right, Tyler, ever. Old Steven Marshall, we love him. But boy, is he always wrong. Said as great as he's played, he didn't win any majors, and now he's going to win 3. Foolish talk. You just don't get it, Steve.
No.
Just doesn't get it.
Steve,
Go ahead.
maybe Steven should do something else with his time.
He doesn't get it. Just doesn't understand. It's okay. I love him. I enjoy talking with him. Yeah, he was close. He's close to breaking through. Talking about Scotty Scheffler. Slight tweak. You watch. I've proven him long time and time again. That's all. That's okay. That's the fun of sports talk. It's not serious, right? At all.
That's right. Right.
And the fun thing is this week, we can say a lot of things that might not be serious. It might just be threatening, if you will. And earlier today, Greg Sankey took to the podium. And Tyler, he talked about kind of, I don't know if you label it a threat
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you would label it foreshadowing, but there's a lot to get into, in my opinion, on Greg Sankey, but we'll start with this and where he was today. Let's go back. Repeat the question that you if you remember it, the question that you brought up with to Wes and Chris as to what potentially could happen, or how you thought Greg Sankey framed it.
Yeah. So this is in reference to, obviously, the conversation that's been out there a lot in terms of would the SEC and or the Big Ten ever, break away, right, from everybody else, the NCAA, whatever you want to call it, kind of do their own thing, so to speak. And, it's something that I believe in every other time we've heard from Greg Sankey, particularly this year, it's not been something he's kind of gone down the path of necessarily. But Dave, let me make sure we get the right cut here. Make sure here. Yeah, I think it's going to be the last one that you have here, Dave. The one that's 1 minute and 23 seconds. Or maybe not. Scratch that. But anyway, he was talking about the fact that it's a real thing. It's a real thing that's being talked about in terms of the SEC and its ability to maybe break away and do its own thing. Will it happen or not? I don't know. But it's something that's at least being discussed, which I did think was interesting.
Here's how I see this, because my initial thought is there's no way in anybody's right mind that we want to see the SEC with 16 teams break away. Right? 16. Right. So, Tyler, to answer kind of y'all's question, here's how I see this playing out. If the SEC decides to break away, I think money doesn't become a problem all of a sudden. And you buy up 8 to 14 teams to create a 24 to 30 team super conference. Now, if the Big Ten wants to join you, this might be a little bit different. But let's be honest. ACC teams would jump at the bit. They would crawl to Birmingham to be in the SEC.
Yeah.
Miami, Clemson, Florida State, even North Carolina. And I'm telling you what, North Carolina and Duke are not going to be broken up. So count them as 1 and 2. They will crawl to what is it? Is it Indianapolis where the Big Ten is? Is that right? Or
yeah, that's correct.
Yep. Look, to get out of the ACC, they'll do whatever it takes. The SEC could very well look at those grant rights and the money and just go, you know what? We're going to create the super conference. We're going to buy up those teams. We're going to take 6. We're going to take 6 from the ACC. And then, quite frankly, they might look around and go, well, we want to fill out to, say, 30. Why not add Memphis? Why not add South Florida? You've got a couple others that are, legitimate, what we label low major teams. Is that, you get what I'm saying?
Right.
That's how I would see that working, is the SEC basically says, we're going to go all in, but we're going to purchase, and it's going to be expensive, but we're going to purchase other teams to not just go have a 16-team conference where we're playing each other. That's my opinion on that.
Yeah.
That's how I foresee that. I cannot for a second think that the SEC thinks that their brand is so good that they could create a 16-team league by themselves that we would want to watch every year. Yeah, maybe 1 year, maybe 2 years, but every year.
That's what I was going to say. I think in the short term that can work just because of the, what the SEC has in terms of, fan bases and all that kind of stuff. But over time, that's something that will get old pretty fast. So, yeah, you need to have some kind of joint thing with the Big Ten, in addition to maybe snatching up a few of the other high-profile teams from other conferences and creating, like you said, 40-ish, 50-ish team type of super league. And again, I don't know if that's ever going to happen or not. It's more of a talking point at this point in time. But it all goes into the SEC not being in agreement with the Protect College Sports Act, and that's why these conversations are at least being had about any plans of any sort of this kind of thing happening.
I will also say on Sankey today, listening to him, it sounded like a man who's clutching on to the past a little bit. It doesn't feel, Tyler, like he's making an effort to bring the SEC into this new age of football. He kind of he continued to speak of the strength of the schedule of the SEC, the 9-game conference schedule. He referenced that, hey, we got 5 teams, 4 teams, whatever it was, in the college football playoff last year. He is against a lot of things that pretty much everybody else is for. I'm not going to go down the whole list. It felt like I'm a little, I have to admit, it's keeping up with the times. It's keeping up with the times. And right now, you've got to look at the evolution of this and understand that maybe a 2014 playoff is indeed going to be the best bet to go with. And can't say I'm in favor of that, Tyler. That might be the way.
Are you implying that Greg Sankey and Dabo Swinney are a lot alike?
Sure. Hadn't thought of it that way.
I feel like everything you just laid out in describing how he sounded this morning is the same way we described Dabo Swinney last week, right?
I mean, well, that was how I think Paul Feinbaum described him. Dabo last week, I think, what did we say? Dabo was reliving past glories. Whether he's made the necessary changes for future glories I'm not certain. But with Sankey and it all comes back to what you just said. It's kind of like, well, if y'all aren't going to do what we want, we're going to take our ball and go home. And I would assume and would hope that taking our ball and going home, if you want to do that, involves going and poaching ACC teams, and then Florida State, Miami, and Clemson, and North Carolina, and if you want to take 6 or 8 or whatever, you raid the ACC or you bring the ACC in as a whole. Yeah, bring them all in, and make a big conference. And it's just because I'll say this. Here's the other part, and I think y'all referenced it. The Big Ten financially is the biggest, baddest conference out there.
Right.
They don't have an incentive to join up with the SEC unless it looks like they're going to make more money. And I'm not sure that what they're making currently, how it's divvied up, you can top that. Yeah, you make more money, but there's more teams involved, more people at the plate for the pie.
Sure. Yeah, no. Again, the SEC and the Big Ten both make significantly more than others, which is, again, one of the big pushbacks in terms of the Protect College Sports Act, because they don't want to level the playing field to benefit the quote-unquote greater good of college football. Also, real quick, I want to Pigs, Architect, and the Gutterman. So thanks to those folks for helping us be out here in Tampa for Media Days.
All right, we'll get you to repeat that when we come back to start the episode. You cut out there. And we missed a good portion of that. So we'll get you to repeat that. 803-404-6100. We'll continue on live from the SEC Media Days. This is where Tyler Head is at. Bill Gunner, Captain Dave. It's the halftime show. Tyler, I think I told you, SEC Media Day. You didn't start till 9, but I'm proud to say, years ago, multiple years ago, I know it hadn't happened any sooner or any later. I was always the first one. Technically, the first one. We were the first ones to start SEC Media Day. We would be the very first show. And I think I was the last one to do that. Nobody else has done that. Very proud of that.
You will be the cannon blast to get the day going.
That's what it was. And for those of you trying to figure that out, it's because we were in Birmingham, and I was doing a 5 a.m. show there, which would be 6 a.m. here, and therefore way ahead of it. Birmingham and Nashville, where they will be back next year. And I can guarantee you this. I don't know what employment I'll have or where I'll be or what will be going on in life. As long as I'm living on this earth, I will be in Nashville for SEC Media Days next year. I can promise you that. That is fun. That is a lot of fun. So whatever is going on, I will be there. But we're there this year. And Tyler, I think you went to read a couple of our great sponsors who are making this possible this week. Go back through those. Who do we have?
Yeah, so we got Little Pigs, we got Architect, and we got the Gutterman. We got plenty of others. I'll let you know. I wanted to highlight those real quick. That again, that what allows us to be here allows us to make the 7.5-hour drive down here yesterday and all that kind of stuff. Stay in the very nice hotel that we're staying at, literally right on the water down here in Tampa. As again, I did the beginning of the show earlier. Can you see behind me and what my situation is here with the bay? Can you see all that? Look at that, Bill.
No, there's the glare. There we go. Okay. All right.
There you go. Look at that.
Nice. Good job by the SEC.
That's a pretty cool deal.
Yeah,
pretty cool deal.
We'll see. Again, back to Nashville. I've been to Tampa a lot. I got a buddy that lives down. I was going to come down there. It kind of didn't work out for me, but that's okay. They were fun. It's a combination of being at the SEC of both boring and fun. Today, there's a lot of energy. You're getting things going. You know, it's fresh. We're basically kicking off football season. We actually get to talk. There is stuff that will be said that is legitimate talking points.
Sure.
But at the same time, we're just talking. You know, talking season started. Yeah. Talking season started back in April. We've been in talking. We're wrapping up talking season now. This is like the last next week, I guess. The end of August. End of July is the end of talking season. Talking season starts in April and runs through July.
Well, at least this week. And look, there are some coaches that do some media stuff through the summer and whatnot. But for the most part, it's like, hey, we have a bunch of coaches at least talking to where we can say, all right, here's what Josh Heupel thinks about his quarterback situation. Here's what Will Stein has to say about being a first-time head coach. And we can work with that, right? Because I feel like when it comes to college football, for the most part, outside of, actual like off-field news stories, in terms of like previewing the season, we've kind of been spinning our wheels for about the past 2 to 3 months.
Right. Yeah. No, and that's you can only break so many things down so many different times. Like I said, but after tomorrow, and Shane Beamer set to talk at 2:55 tomorrow. The South Carolina contingent will be down there. Hopefully during our time, we'll be able to catch some of the players that are available at that point. And then I would imagine Jay Phillips will be able to get Shane Beamer on post 3 o'clock when he's on air. But with that being said, Tyler, yeah, it's a great event. It's a lot of fun. By Wednesday, you're pretty much ready to come home. You've had enough. It's dull. It's boring. And again, it all kind of comes down to what is said, what is really covered. And so far today, we have had Brent Venables, not the exactly best well-known speaker. You know, he's a very straightforward, very direct guy. You're not going to get some quips. He's not going to take any shots at Texas or talk about anything specific. Eli Drinkowitz, on the other hand, very possibly could have done that. I think I'm trying to look and see now as I was driving in for the breakdown of what he had to say.
Yeah, no, I think we've kind of anointed him as the best quote in the SEC as of right now. And like you mentioned, when he was talking on the SEC network earlier on this morning, sounded like he was pretty revved up and ready to go. And I haven't been able to read everything that he said, but apparently he had a few interesting quips there, including one about the Big Ten and the way and the schedule that they have. Yeah, here it is. It says Drinkwitz says the Big Ten's non-conference schedules are a big reason why they have 3 straight national titles. Quote: when you don't play a A4 game or a non-conference game. So taking shots at the Big Ten for not having the requirement of playing at least one Power 4 opponent out of conference.
Yeah, and my response to him, if I was the Big Ten, would be, I guess he doesn't know how the college football playoff works since he's never been there, because you get to the college football playoff, you have to play Power 4 conference. I mean, you get the James Madison and the Tulane, but Ole Miss, an SEC team, beat Tulane. Oregon, a Big Ten team, beat James Madison, but you have to beat them. So what you do in the regular season, I don't want to say is irrelevant, but obviously you have to beat them to get to the national championship game. And Ohio State, Indiana, and Michigan have all been able to do that. 803-404-6100. Obviously, a lot of Gamecock talk pretty much all day tomorrow as we gear up. But, Tyler, South Carolina will enter this. Lenore Sellers will come into tomorrow. Not as an afterthought, if you will, but definitely way down the list of talking points. I doubt they'll be in the top half of selections for the SEC. How we do the SEC rankings when it comes out at the end of the week. But a little bit less enthusiasm and excitement this year for the Gamecocks.
Oh, yeah, no, it's one of those things, and I think we said this about them 2 years ago when Media Days was in Dallas. Like, they'll come in, they'll talk, they'll say their stuff, and for the most part, once they're gone, most people aren't going to pay them too much attention. There'll be a couple guys that'll probably be featured on the all-SEC teams, but for the most part, Carolina, and this is just kind of the nature of the beast and the nature of what the program South Carolina is, when you're not coming off of a good season, don't pay that much attention to you. And again, we focus on them every single day because that's our jobs. But in terms of the greater scheme of the SEC, I imagine most people on Radio Row here probably aren't giving too much thought to South Carolina right now.
Well, and they shouldn't. There's really no reason to. There's reasons to be interested. Kendall Briles, what can he do? Is Lenore Sellers the guy we saw at the end of 2024 or the guy we saw last year? What exactly, even though he's not there this week, what exactly is Dylan Stewart capable of this year? No offense to Peyton Williams, but nobody outside of South Carolina is going to know who he is. Maybe some offensive coordinators who know he's a good football player, but they're not there to talk. Peyton Williams is a nobody. No offense to him again. We all know that's
to people outside this bubble, they're probably saying, "Who is that?" Right. And again, that's not a knock at him, but he's just not that well known out of here.
And then, quite frankly, Nick Harbor's still a mythical legend. A guy.
Well, maybe share this for the other side. I have a thought on how I think people view Nick Harbor.
Okay. Well, let's hit a break. We'll come back, wrap up hour number one. Again, Tyler Head live from Tampa, Florida at SEC Media Days 2026. We'll roll along. You're listening to the Halftime Show.
swap both of those. Come to the other conference. Yep, let's sign it. We're off and running.
We're wrapping up hour number 1. Bill Gunner, Captain Dave, live in studio here in Columbia. Tyler Head has been sent down. So you didn't take the 107 private jet. They reserved that only for me, huh?
I guess so. Yeah, no, just had to do good old-fashioned driving yesterday. And, got stuck in traffic in Ocala, stopped for gas a couple times. And, made it here right at almost 5 o'clock on the dot. So, I was the scenic route, so to speak.
All right, no problem. Yeah, I guess Jay Phillips and I are the longest tenured members here. Maybe it's only reserved for us when we need to make quick trips. Much like apparently Lane Kiffin made. Was it from Baton Rouge to Florida for a vacation using the personal private plane of LSU? Did you see that story?
No, I did not. But that would not surprise me.
Yeah.
Now I know the thing about where his family went to Gainesville and went to Oxford for a weekend. Hey, show them around town and all that stuff.
Lane Kiffin used travel funded by the donors to take his family on a nearly $40,000 vacation to Boca Raton, Florida. The bill was covered by the Tiger Athletic Foundation, a private entity.
He went on vacation back to the place where he used to work.
That's where it says.
Because Florida Atlantic's in Boca Raton.
It says that's what it says, and it says the flight. The flight was permitted under Kiffin's employment contract, which grants him 65 hours of private air travel annually for personal use.
Okay, then.
There you go. How about that? I'm just trying to read. There was a little bit more. This article said the foundation, who paid for it, spent nearly $65,000 on 4 other private plane trips for business purposes between January and March. Records show Kiffin's ex-wife, children, and nephew accompanied him on those trips, which included recruiting visits and the Texas Bowl. So how about that? So Kiffin knowing how to get from one place to the other. Nick Harbor will be down there tomorrow. It'll be kind of interesting to see the reception he gets. You have a theory on how he's going to be viewed.
Yeah, I think most people think he's a bust. I think outside of this bubble, because of the 5-star tag, and let's face it, the video game's not helping out with this. People buy college football 25, 26, 27 every single year. He's got 99 speed. He's this incredible player that, I think most people look at and say, why doesn't this guy have 1,000 yards and 15 touchdowns every single season? We know the reason, of course, but outside of the bubble, I don't think most people do.
You gonna live? Do I need to talk for a minute? Yeah. Get yourself together there. Yeah. Too much Dr. Pepper?
Yep.
Go ahead.
No, sorry. Finally got some food, and I think some of it was stuck in the back of my throat. But back to my point, I think most people view Nick Harbor as all right, fine, he's doing okay. Numbers are decent, but it's not what in their mind, a 5-star quarterback is supposed to be, even though, as we well know, he's not a 5-star quarterback, 5-star wide receiver. He's a 5-star athlete.
Yeah, I don't know if they view him as a bust. I will say people that view him, this is my opinion, people that view him as a bust, or I think because of Mike Shula and how bad the offense was last year, and if you want to be honest, how bad Lenore Sellers was, I think Harbor's going to get a pass for last year. And I think people are going to look at his numbers and be like, "Oh, okay, that was actually pretty impressive, given what you were dealing with." Sure. Now, does it mean you're a 5-star prospect? No, but it will be interesting tomorrow. Again, we know you've heard him talk. I think y'all have had him on the Gamecock Central Hour or whatever. Y'all have had him on. Very intelligent, very wise. Thinks about what he's going to say. Doesn't just blurt stuff out. And so, with that in mind, I think he'll represent the university extremely well tomorrow. But I am interested to know what kind of questions exactly he's getting. What exactly he faces from that select group of media. We've cut out some of the chuckleheads that say, ask the dumb questions. So he'll get a line of questioning that, is serious football related, and also, as you just pointed out, related also to his development over the last 3 years. And yeah, it will be kind of interesting to hear him say that, because fair or unfair, fair or unfair, it does set a narrative for him, I think, outside of Columbia, South Carolina, going into 2026.
Yeah, no doubt. Again, we've kind of been waiting for that breakout season for him. I think, like you said, here locally, he gets a little bit of a pass because of what the offense was a year ago, and certainly delivered on a lot of those explosive plays. But we're hoping that, much like everything else, he benefits from the perspective of offense that Kendall Browse brings in, and he's going to have phenomenal. What's likely his final year here at South Carolina.
It will be, I guess, kind of interesting tomorrow. Shane Beamer will go at 2:55. That is, for those of you wondering, just post lunch break there. And it would surprise me if Tampa has come up with some really nice lunches and things of that nature. So you might get a tired media crew as well, Tyler, that's trying to handle what you mentioned. A coach who's talkative, who's going to be positive, who's one of the better talkers, but we might not get the best questioning group out of there, as there could be some post-lunch sleepiness occurring. Or choking, as in your case. What'd you have there? What's the lunch for today?
That I got a combination. I got some fish, some chicken, and I don't know. You get that pepperiness in the back of your throat that chokes you up sometimes.
Hour 2 on the way. Tyler Head live from Tampa. We're here in Columbia. It's the halftime show. Bill Gunner for AAA Heating and Air. That's right. One of our proud sponsors of having us down in Tampa this week. But what I love about AAA Heating and Air, not that they just take care of the radio station, but that they took care of me. That's right. When they came out to my house about 5 years ago, I needed a brand new heating and air unit, and AAA Heating and Air did all the work. Put it in, put a new train unit in, and it has been absolutely phenomenal. I can't speak more than enough about just how great the work from AAA Heating and Air was. So let me tell you, you need to call them and find out for yourself. 803-677-1500, or you can get in touch with them via the web. Call AAAtoday.com. Again, that's call AAAtoday.com to reach them on the web. A 15-year parts and labor warranty, 12 months, no payment or interest. Can't top that. And guaranteed financing. AAA Heating and Air is there to help you and your family. Call today. Speak with them. Tell them Bill Gunner sent you. Rolling along on a Monday where today the excitement in Tampa, the meters are full. Everybody's fired up. They're ready to go. And about Wednesday, everybody's kind of ready to go home. They've had enough. It's been a long day. But right now, excitement high. Things are rolling along down there, and we'll keep you abreast of everything. But so far, the biggest speaker of the day. Well, there was one big set of news that did come out. I think relatively big. Drinkowitz addressing the main media room today did see that Ahmad Hardy is today actually was his first day cleared to resume, I guess, what you would call team activities. To be now, if you remember, Ahmad Hardy was shot earlier this year. I don't. I've never been shot, and I'm not being funny. I just I don't know how to reference any of this, but in his discussion today, he Eli Drinkwitz mentioned that the bullet hit a bone, hit a bone. So I don't know I don't know if that's Tyler. I'm not a doctor to say okay what exactly that did and how that's different than not hitting a bone. You know, does it crack it? Does it break it? Obviously something like that, or does it cause nerve damage or anything? But according to Eli Drinkwitz, that he will today was his first day back towards full recovery. They anticipate he'll make a recovery. What that recovery looks like after having a bullet strike you is still to be determined. We do not know exactly what the return to play progression is because there's not a lot of literature on this. We are utilizing our medical team along with our athletic performance team and nutrition to approach this at a very good pace. He did say that we do anticipate that this return to play protocol could take anywhere between 5 to 8 weeks. At the end of the 8 weeks, we still don't know what the recovery form he will have for Ahmad Hardy.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about it going into the bone, that obviously further complicates things. And yeah, I brought it up a little bit earlier, but I feel like we hadn't heard anything in the past couple of months in regards to that. I forgot what month that happened in, but yeah, obviously he was legitimately one of the best running backs in all the SEC, and South Carolina learned that the hard way a year ago. And obviously would be a shame if he wasn't able to return to that full form, because of something like that happening. But we'll see. Sounds like they're obviously planning to have him at some point this year, but sounds like it's still going to be a process, and maybe is going to miss the beginning of the season more likely than not.
Sounds like it. Or again, 5 to 8 weeks, 5 weeks, but yeah, 8 weeks. Obviously, much like what we're talking about with Jakarius Peak or Dylan Stewart or somebody. Maybe they're not worried. Now they do play Kansas in week 2, and that's a big rivalry game. But the bottom line with that is that you would hope to have him back for your full line of SEC play coming up in later September and rolling through October and November. Speaking of SEC play, can you imagine the day where it's only the SEC? Nobody else. They just break away. They get upset and they break away. Well, that is something that Greg Sankey addressed earlier today. And to me, Tyler, this was nothing more than saber rattling. I think if this is something that he has actually put thought to, breaking away, there's got to be a better plan than we're just taking our 16 teams and our one football and we're going home. And I would assume, because college basketball, college baseball, pretty much all of the college sports are different than college football. College football is technically not ruled by the NCAA.
Right.
It's technically bowl games are not under NCAA jurisdiction. The college football playoff is not under NCAA jurisdiction. If a player is suspended, this is true, Tyler. You tell me if I'm wrong on this. If a player is suspended for the year and you played him in the college football playoff, the NCAA actually is not supposed to be able to do anything about it. They'll do something.
Yeah, I think you're right. Because here's the thing. Essentially, the NCAA in terms of college football is only there to police like eligibility and things like that. Which again, now we've gotten to the point where how effective is that these days? I don't really know, but yeah, like college football is operated kind of outside of the NCAA for the most part for a very, very long time. That's why the NCAA men's basketball tournament is the largest sports entity they have because they don't have the rights to the Division I, FBS, championship. So yeah, and you bring up an interesting point because we do talk about everything through the lens of football because it's the most profitable sport. It's what the most people care about, and it's what brings in, like I said, the most money. So if the SEC were to do its own thing, and let's say they did break away to make their own 16 team or 20 team or whatever, Super League, outside of everybody else in football, what would that mean for baseball, basketball, soccer, and all those other kind of things? I don't know. That's where it becomes different. And if you're breaking off and doing your own thing for football, are they still going to want you to be a part of these other things? I don't know how that works either. But I hope it's not a path we go down. I hope we stay a united, 130 some odd teams in college football. But I can't sit here and tell you I wouldn't be shocked if we didn't eventually get to that point because of where college sports are headed.
No, I want them to break away. I want college football to be a completely, entirely separate entity.
Well,
I think it would be.
You want college football. I'm talking about the SEC.
Oh yeah. Well, again, in my,
I don't have a problem if college football breaks away.
In my theory, and maybe I'm giving Greg Sankey too much. If they break away, I don't. The concept of breaking away with these 16 teams is just, again, it's saber rattling. It's ludicrous. It's flat out dumb. I mean, it's just the ego of whomever really runs that idea. If that ends up being, let's just say, Greg Sankey, I have a hard time believing the coaches would go for it. But let's just say the ego that the SEC can get by on its own is, I don't care what numbers he gave this morning about the amount of TV viewership and about how the SEC has the most fans that have been at games and do this and do that. None of that matters to me. To me, the point here is very simple. You can't, maybe for a short period of time, you've got market space and you're able to kind of dominate. Long term, nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. And I don't know what that technically looks like, but in my opinion, the SEC then circles back and takes teams from the ACC, takes some maybe they even go to the Big 12 and try and still poach one or two. And then, you get some of maybe the smaller schools like South Florida and Tulane to come and join you. And now you divide up into divisions that are, say, like 10-team divisions, 8-team, whatever you want. And you go from there. And it's just simply like that.
Yeah. Again, in the short term, I think something like a 16-team independent conference could work. But I think that gets old pretty fast. As I said a little bit earlier, that people want more. People want you to be playing for more. People want more involved in it because, again, that would get pretty old pretty quickly in terms of just kind of playing the same set number of teams year in year out. You'd also be killing rivalries at that point because I'm assuming you're not allowed to play Clemson if you're breaking off and doing your own thing. Do you have bowl games? Would you be doing your own like mini playoff? I don't know. Again, that's too far down the road to kind of theorize on how exactly that would work. But again, to the point of what Sankey said this morning, I just think it's interesting that it's at least being discussed, that those discussions are a real thing, that he's willing to acknowledge that.
One of the other discussions that is taking place that it probably more realistic is what happens with these championship games. What happens with the SEC championship game? Long storied history, huge money maker. Here's what Greg Sankey had to say about hanging on to championship games.
I'd have to go back and figure out the number of years we did it on our own when conference championship games were initiated. So making our own decision, that I was going to guess 4. That's okay. And in fact, the majority didn't flip in our direction for probably about a decade. I think even the move to 12 has created pressure around championship games. And we've talked through the factors that support the pro list, and we've talked about some of the con list, if you will, the negatives that need to be considered. And we have some time. We will have a conference championship game the first Saturday in December of 2026. We have contracts and plans in place well beyond that, but we have time for consideration. And one of the factors for us is what will happen with that college football playoff.
What do you take away from those comments? To me, very vague. Basically, we're going to hold on to it, but again, very vague and almost kind of like, yeah, we'll see what everybody else does.
Well, it kind of goes along with, again, what Sankey's been saying this whole time. Like, hey, man, you make about $50 million off this thing. It ain't going to go anywhere until somebody finds $50 million to replace it for us. And like you kind of alluded to, they're the first ones to do it, and they may be the last ones to do it. But it doesn't sound like the SEC championship game has any plans of going anywhere, even if it doesn't make sense for the structure of what the playoff is. Because right now, quite frankly, don't think it does, because every year the top two teams playing in it are more likely than not already going to be in the playoff, playing for seeding at that point. And I just don't think that is something of high enough value to warrant its own game. But again, it's a money-making entity. They have a contract with, the city of Atlanta, the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and all that kind of stuff, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon.
No, it doesn't look like it. I don't think it'll go anywhere. The question will be are you still playing? Like, are you still playing for a championship, or are you evolving it to two teams? Texas Vanderbilt last year is a perfect example. 2-10-2 teams that neither made the college football playoff, but you have it almost as a play-in game. There was a lot of discussion earlier today from a couple coaches, Eli Drinkwitz in particular, about instead of having a big NCAA tournament or these bowl games or conference championship, having a true play-in game. So we'll have that as well. 803-404-6100. Tyler, we got some sponsors to yell out and give thanks to.
Yeah, we got a couple more. We'll shout out to AAA Heating and Air, Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union, and Westco Brew and Bowl for allowing us to be one of many sponsors that have helped us get down here in Tampa and hang out for this week. So very appreciative to them as well.
Sounds great. When we come back, we'll get into a little bit more from what's taking place down at SEC Media Day. Busy day. How's the crowd down there?
I mean, it's not packed to the gills by any means, but it's a pretty steady flow of people walking around. We got I believe an Oklahoma player sitting next to me doing some interviews here. So you're getting the contingent of the featured players and stuff that are here today going around and making their rounds. But I don't know. It seemed like it was busier last year at the College Football Hall of Fame. I think being in a more centralized location in Atlanta probably had a lot to do with that. But there's still a lot of folks moving about here.
There you go. All right. We'll get into a little more South Carolina when we come back. It is the Halftime Show.
I'm Chip from Palmetto Citizens. I help people safeguard their futures with retirement accounts. I'm also our head of Going the Extra Mile. They say when your job's your passion, you never work a day in your life. Have a great day.
SEC Media Days, sponsored in part by Wesco Brew and Bowl in West Columbia, in the heart of Casey. Bowling lanes, arcade games, also a full-service restaurant and 2 bars. Open Sunday through Thursday till 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday till midnight.
Eight zero 404 6100. Texter said teams would leave the SEC. I don't agree. No, they wouldn't.
No, there's not a chance of the SEC with the amount of money they're guaranteed every year. And that's the thing. If the SEC did its own thing, nobody's losing money here. Like you know, there is not a single university in this league that would want to leave the SEC.
Yeah, they're not. Now, I will say this: they don't listen to it. Nobody's really in this breaking away. Was it actually? It might have been Kirby Smart who did actually, I think, go along with the idea of breaking away. But no, nobody's going to leave. Listen, the SEC at that point, in my opinion, this isn't inside sources or anything, just pure speculation on my part, and it makes sense to me. If the SEC did indeed decide, hey, we're taking our ball home, we've had enough of y'all, we're creating our own football conference. I foresee them expanding. I just don't see a scenario where the SEC says we're breaking away and we're sticking with these 16. Now, that situation may include going and stealing South Florida and Memphis to get to 18, and then going and stealing. Who is reasonable? That's $1 million question. And then who exactly do you want in your conference? Let's look real quick at the American Conference, right? The American Conference. So they got Memphis, They got Memphis, and they got Tulane. Those are the first two that instantly come to mind. Big markets, Tulane and New Orleans, Memphis, big market, that works for them. Also, they've been fairly competitive of late, Tulane in the college football playoff last year. If you can't get a North Carolina school, if you can't go, do you go get, say, an East Carolina? No, these three are not on par with Alabama or Texas or Tennessee or, whoever you want to say. But you bring them into the league. They'd be thrilled, right?
Sure.
And quite honestly, you still have enough product on Saturdays that you're not having to showcase, Georgia at East Carolina on a Saturday afternoon. Maybe that's an SEC network game.
Yeah. I don't know. It's also one of those things that if you are going to bring new teams in the conference, you got to have money to give them, right? And the current teams that are in the conference aren't going to want to split up what they're already making. So where does that additional source of revenue come from? I don't know. A new television contract or something along those lines, potentially. But you have to be able to compensate the teams that are coming in that without affecting the teams that are already here, right?
Well,
and that's it's more complicated than that too. But that's just kind of what comes to my top of mind. Is like, okay, where does that money come from?
Well, again, my complete assumption, is that, yes, they're going back to some TV dealer and going, hey, we're our own entity. You're getting the regular season, you're getting our playoff, and you're getting our championship game. And here's the number that then makes it work. Does ESPN? Look, there is no doubt. And Greg Sankey did on, I don't think we have the quote. It was kind of mundane at the time. But Greg Sankey hit on it, and he gave the numbers. And he talked about how much the SEC is viewed. I want to say he said that the SEC television, SEC viewing ratings made up 40% out of the 100 of watching college football last year. That's a large chunk. I mean, that's almost half half of college football. And then that's when you factor in there's three other conferences. I don't think it's just diluting the brand as much as it's expanding to make the league. I don't know if more interesting is the right word, but let's be honest. I brought up those three: East Carolina, Tulane, and Memphis. But let's be honest. What they would try to do is go straight after Clemson, Florida State, maybe Miami, Virginia Tech. I mean, you instantly look at the ACC and then you go, well, there's the grant of rights bill. What about that? How are they going to get out of that? This is where I think the SEC goes, we're playing the long-term game. We're going to lose money in the short term. We're going to give up money. We're going to have to pay money to buy these teams out. But to make this work, and truthfully to make it work, you've either got to merge with the Big Ten, which doesn't seem like the Big Ten has any interest in doing that, or you've got to go pill for the ACC, which, whether the ACC fans or not, those teams will jump at the chance to be in the SEC. And then television networks are going to look at some games. Oh, we need to have that. My question would be, the big question would be, is what you brought up. If the SEC does that and breaks away in football, and let's say adds ACC teams or so forth and so on, let's just throw another one out there. Let's say the SEC looks around and goes, oh, we want Kansas too. Big market, gets us a little further out west. Kansas has been in the discussion when they was talking about some expansion. It gives them another tie into the Midwest with Missouri. How does this work? Does the rest of the leagues get upset and go, that's fine, but we're not playing you in basketball?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the complicated thing, because everything is done through talked about through purely football, but these other sports still have to exist. These other sports aren't big enough and profitable enough to break away and do their own thing. And yeah, there could be a vendetta against the SEC of like, all right, you guys don't want to play us in football. We're not going to play you in any other sport, which then puts basketball and baseball and other sports and like that in a pickle. And it's hard to speculate on that because we don't have to go off of. We don't have any example or precedent in terms of, it would be a whole lot like this, because this kind of thing's never happened in college sports before.
Well, this is why I call this saber rattling. There's no true game plan to this. This is Greg Sankey. And again, there was a lot of things today that Greg Sankey said that came from a petulant child that is not getting his way, that no longer has the look. I'm sorry. He pointed out today, I think the SEC won 13 national championships this year. 13. That probably include that. I'm assuming that includes South Carolina's equestrian national championship. You didn't win one of them that we noticed. No offense to tennis or equestrian, or I don't mean to put anybody down, but if we're all being honest,
they won baseball.
Excuse me, they did win baseball. I keep forgetting about Oklahoma because Oklahoma was 14-16 in conference, and we all forgot about Oklahoma to begin with, and then they go and win it. But let's be honest, you didn't win football, and not only did you not win football, you haven't put a team in the championship game in 3 years. And I'm sorry, when you build yourself as it just means more, when you build yourself as top dog, and you can't get a team to the championship game, at some point, you got to go along with the rest of the crowd and shut up.
Yeah, but it's also his job though to hype the conference up, right? Like whether it's believable or not. Like last week at ACC Media Days, they're talking about well, this is the deepest and toughest conference in the country, which we know is not true. But yeah, that's what you're supposed to say.
No, but the point is don't come out and saber rattle and say, hey, we might break off from y'all. You see my point? Hey, you're right. Build up the conference. Talk about the championships. Talk about putting teams in the college football playoff. Talk about the potential Heisman candidates that could be available this year. Talk about great coaches that you have. You're right. Build up the league. Don't threaten 3 other conferences when right now, quite frankly, you have zero leverage. You have zero. You know?
I wouldn't say they have zero leverage. They don't have as much as they've had in the past, but I wouldn't say zero necessarily because you are still the second most profitable conference, which I do think counts for something.
803-404-6100. I understand what you're saying. You're threatening to do something that as we just talked about, walk back through that doesn't have a rhyme or reason to it, doesn't have a plan. Two, you've got to have some kind of power. You got to have some kind of cachet. And did they get tricked into going to a 9-game conference schedule? Did that happen? And of course, you've seen other conferences kind of follow. So we'll continue talking about this, and we'll get into South Carolina. Where does South Carolina stand this week in this discussion? We'll talk about it. You're listening to the Halftime Show.
Mom and Dad just gave us permission to give away free HVAC systems, and I have this crazy idea.
Hi, I'm Roy.
I'm Joey.
And I'm Jason. You heard us right. We're giving away multiple free units. We believe we have the oldest HVAC system in the Midlands.
Scan the QR code or visit the website below.
Do you see this room? During the week, it's the place that keeps me calm. I'm usually on the go Monday through Friday. By the time I get home, I need a place to relax. On weekends, instead of my sunroom, I just call it my son's room. A lot of love goes in the sunroom. Call Architect at Central South Carolina today and schedule a free consultation with one of our personal design consultants.
At Access Home, we help injured workers and their families. People always ask, what sets us apart? We're local and we focus on customer service. If you've been hurt on the job, call us because who you hire matters.
I'm Chip from Palmetto Citizens. I help people safeguard their futures with retirement accounts. I'm also our head of Going the Extra Mile. Loves your passion. You never work a day in your life. Have a great day.
SEC Media Days, sponsored in part by Wesco Brew and Bowl in West Columbia, in the heart of Casey. Bowling lanes, arcade games, also a full-service restaurant and 2 bars. Open Sunday through Thursday till 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday till midnight.
I got to admit, I'm in a great mood. Even that last little rant. I mean, I'm kind of feeling myself today. I'm kind of feeling it. I love it. We're back, baby. I still haven't seen. I haven't paid attention to my email. I got like 7 different emails. 3 personal, 2 business, 2 fake emails that I use for like spam stuff. And I really don't know where I have my SEC. I think I know where I have my. I don't know where I have my stuff. I have not seen, to my knowledge, an email for Shane Beamer's Birdies with Beamer next week. I'm under the assumption that it will be next Thursday, and that's when we'll hear locally from Shane Beamer. But again, that is me assuming. And what that would mean, why I bring that up, is because we have this week where we're actually going to talk football. We're going to wrap up talking season next week when Shane Beamer makes his preseason address to us or the media or whoever, however you want to put it. That'll be here in Columbia, usually out at Cobblestone. That's when we're out there and we do our shows from out there, and we get a bunch of get everybody. And then probably, if my math is kind of correct on this, now I believe they went to a 25 practice. I'm not sure they're playing with all these rules. I'm not sure what exactly right now. But my guess is 2 weeks from today is August 3rd. I would assume we're starting practice on August 3rd. You'll be able to go on Gamecocks 247 and Gamecock Central, and you'll be able to read breakdowns on what guys look like. So the talking season's done, baby. But football season's here. As a matter of fact, 2 weeks from, I believe it's 2 weeks from Thursday. Check this to be sure with you. I believe it is 2 weeks from Thursday that we get NFL football. That's not what I want. I believe it's 2 weeks we get the Hall of Fame game. It's not showing me on what oh, wait, here we go. When is exactly? Yeah, Thursday, August 6th. Panthers and Cardinals, for those of you out there. Bryce Young and Kyler Murray will stand on the sideline and not take any snaps, but we'll still be excited to get actual football. It's here. I'm thrilled.
Well, Kyler Murray's not with the Cardinals.
Yeah, good point. Good point. He's currently creating locker room issues in Minnesota with J.J. McCarthy. I forgot about that. My son's a huge Kyler Murray fan. But, yeah, so we're wrapping up talking season, baby. It's all over. All the tours, all the everything. And starting in August, hopefully I'm here. I mean, well, to be honest with you, hopefully getting a kidney. That would be what I'm really hoping for. But we're going to really start getting into the schedule and breaking into what South Carolina should be and what's acceptable and what's not. And I know maybe you're tired of me saying it. This is potentially the most pivotal year ever for South Carolina football. Because kind of what we're talking about. Listen, I don't think the SEC is going to break away. I think the Power 4 will break away at some point, but I don't think the SEC will. But with NIL, with the transfer portal, you just look into the crystal ball and you look at the future and you look at what South Carolina looks like in 2027, right? Let's say this year is successful. Okay, let's say they go 8-4. They underachieve and don't get the college football playoff, as many of you say, and you look ahead to 27. Who's your quarterback? Is it Cutter Woods? Did you go to the transfer portal? Is it Landon Duckworth? You're going to lose Harbor. You're going to lose a lot of offensive linemen that are going to start this year. You're going to lose Dylan Stewart. You're going to lose Gabriel Brown-Lodindi. You're going to lose 3/5, 4/5, depending if Gerald Kilgore starts, of your secondary. The 3 corners and Peyton Williams, the senior safety. There's going to be a lot of – then you go to the transfer portal. But let's be honest, you can't go to the transfer portal at 4-8, 5-7. Not get what you need. Not get what you want. There's a stadium renovation going on. The Gamecock Club, the athletic, they want more money from you. Understandable. You don't want to pay for a bad product. Understandable. 8-4, you'll stay invested. 9-3, you'll be excited. College football playoff. The kids' college fund could be in jeopardy if you're trying to help the Gamecock Club. You see my point? Like, there's a lot happening this year for South Carolina football. And again, 4-8, 5-7. Now we're talking about potentially a new coach. And you're absolutely back at square one. That's a massive year. Now, how is South Carolina viewed this week at SEC Media Day? They're there. Sellers will get a lot of attention tomorrow, rightfully so. Nick Harbor is going to get a lot of attention because, again, he's a kind of a mythical creature walking around. Oh, he runs really fast. Look at him, he's 6'5". Oh my God, he's about 240 and can fly. And look at his stats. Well, they're not as good as they should have. The offense was bad last year. Sellers wasn't good. Here's this guy. This guy's destined for greatness. But then it'll be time to make selections for SEC's, how they vote 1 through 16. Quite frankly, I don't see South Carolina finishing in the top 8, being selected in the top 8. I saw this posted on a message board the other day, and it got me thinking. It was a good question. Well, the way it was worded, I thought it was a little wrong. But how are you going to feel if South Carolina is not in a preseason top 25? Are you good with that? Or you say, good, we're under the radar. Let's stay under the radar. Let's have nobody talking about us. When we beat Kent State, let's have a 2-second, 3-second clip of Sellers throwing a touchdown. Let's move on. Let's stay under the radar. When we beat Towson, let's stay under the radar. Don't rank us until week 4 after we beat Alabama. Is that your idea? Is that your thought? Like, stay as low as you can. Or are you going to be one of those people like, look at this team, we should be ranked, Gunner? I don't care what happened last year. Look at the weapons on this team. This is the best team. Some of you say, well, this is the best team we've had in 25 years. I feel like those of you out there saying they should be ranked in the top 20. Tyler, what do you think? Where do you, I'm bringing this up about how South Carolina is going to be viewed this week. Sure. And they're going to get a lot of attention tomorrow because those players are very interesting players. But again, when it comes time to make selections, they're probably not in the top 8, and they're probably not going to be a preseason top 25 team. And of course, based on last year, based on the year, it no longer matters. They are a top 25 team.
Yeah, no, I think for the most part, they're going to be kind of overlooked in a lot of ways. And hey, for the Beamer era, that's been when they've done their best. So maybe that'll be exactly what they need. I don't know. But I think for the most part, Carolina is a team that'll be here this week in a lot of people's eyes. But not much more than that, right? I mean, there'll be conversations of, hey, maybe Sellers can return back to form. But for the most part, you're not somebody that a lot of people here are thinking of, quite frankly.
Send in your thoughts this afternoon. 803-404-6100. Jeff says the SEC has always had the most teams in the college football playoff, more than any conference since it began. The SEC had 4 teams in last year. I would say that's leverage. To me, you got to win it. It's not that I disagree with you, Jeff. You got to win it. Big Ten's won 3 in a row. They're the conference. They're the power. It means more, I guess. I don't know. All right, like I said, we're talking football, Tyler. We're talking football. I'm fired up. I'm geared up. Ready.
I can tell.
Captain Dave's older than me. I might tackle him. I think I can take him. We'll come back, though. We'll do a whole other segment to wrap up hour 2. Then we got some great guests after the show.
Mom and Dad just gave us permission to give away free HVAC systems, and I have this crazy idea.
Hi, I'm Roy.
I'm Joey.
And I'm Jason. You heard us right. We're giving away multiple free units. If you believe you have the oldest HVAC system in the Midlands,
scan the QR code or visit the website and look.
Do you see this room? During the week, it's the place that keeps me calm. I'm usually on the go Monday through Friday, and by the time I get home, I need a place to relax. On weekends, instead of my sunroom, I just call it my son's room. A lot of love goes in an architect's sunroom. Call Architect of Central South Carolina today and schedule a free consultation with one of our personal design consultants.
At Actions Law, we help injured workers and their families. People always ask what sets us apart. We're local and we focus on customer service. If you've been hurt on the job, call us because who you hire matters.
I'm Chip from Palmetto Citizens. I help people safeguard their futures with retirement accounts. I'm also our going the extra mile. They say when your job's your passion, you never work a day in your life. Have a great day.
SEC Media Days, sponsored in part by Wesco Brew and Bowl in West Columbia. In the heart of Casey, bowling lanes, arcade games, also a full-service restaurant and 2 bars. Open Sunday through Thursday till 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday till midnight.
Wrapping up hour number 2. Coming up next hour, it is Chase Daniel, the new
primetime commentator for the SEC game of the week. So we'll talk with him as he steps into his new role, an exciting new role. And also Dari Noah. Is it Noah or no? How do we say his last name?
It is Dari Noka.
Noka. Dari Noka. There goes the next 30 minutes I spend off air saying Noka. Dari Noka joins us, who has actually been up there. He was actually the guy that was interviewing Eli Drinkowitz. And again, those television interviews are really, really good. Watching them on television when you get that whole group there together and they're cutting up with coaches, and Eli Drinkowitz was really good in that. So quickly, some other things that let me answer this real quick and I'll get your take on this. Texter weighs in and says, Bill, why didn't Shane take Dylan Stewart to the SEC Media Days? And then says, hope you're feeling better. Thank you very much. Do feel a lot better. My guess is that Dylan Stewart didn't want to go. Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong. Dylan Stewart's not much of a talker.
No, he is not. You're not going to get a whole lot out of him.
But I can see a scenario where Shane went to Dylan and was like, do you want to go? And Dylan's just like, nah, that's not my thing. Like Dylan, you really think about Dylan Stewart. Like we've heard about a lot about NIL with Lenore Sellers and this and that. And, Lenore has been one thing about Dylan Stewart. He's had a very quiet career off the field at the University of South Carolina.
Well, he's just a guy of few words, and also I think Wes brought this up last week that he would just be getting asked about his injury, probably, which
that's also true.
Something that I'm sure they want to keep as close to the best possible. I mean, Shane's going to get asked about it tomorrow. Him and Jakarius Peak. But I don't think this environment fits what Dylan Stewart is as a person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. For those of you that like to be there, and Tyler can kind of continue to weigh in on this, I've been to multiple SEC Media Days, and as I said earlier, I will be there next year. I don't know what I'll be doing. I don't know who I'll be working for. I don't know day to day, right? We don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. You have no idea. I'm learning that more now than ever, that you enjoy the day you're living in. But SEC Media Day in Nashville, Tyler, whatever it takes, I'll be there. Whoever I'm with, I'll be there. That is going to be Nashville's a great town, but it is a different environment. It can be overwhelming. And if you are not a big talker or you don't like the spotlight, I always go back to Ricky Williams when he kind of had the freak out and had to do interviews with his helmet on. You remember that? Are you?
No, I think it was before my time.
Okay.
Or maybe I was too young.
Running back Ricky Williams, and he had to do an interview with. He would do an interview with his helmet on in the locker room. But yeah, and I'm not saying that Dylan Stewart has that issue or anything. It's a lot, man. It's a whirlwind that it looks cool. It looks cool, but I mean, if you watch, the guys get ready. They got the beautiful suits on. They got the drip going, the chains. It's a fashion statement thing. You fly up, you get there. I mean, you're dealing with just question after question after question after question after question. You're doing radio interviews. You're doing the big room. You're doing the small rooms. It's an experience for sure.
No doubt about it. I mean, just sitting here on Radio Row, it is kind of overstimulating at some points how many things are going on, how many different people moving in different directions. And again, I just don't think that kind of matches Dylan Stewart's vibe in a lot of ways.
No, and that's what I'm saying. I could see him being like, no, thanks. I don't, because that's the thing. I don't know. No Steve Fink, and as far as I know, there's no current South Carolina sports information director. But you've got someone with you, and they're shuffling you from place to place.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's a lot, but the kids handled it. I think they all handled it exceptionally well. Hour 2, we'll get into some interviews. Some people are going to sit down with us. We're going to have some fun.
The plan.
Huh?
Yep. That's the plan.
That's the good point. That is actually, so again, shuffling from, there's a lot to it. Hour 3 on the way. You're listening to the show of the 803. It is the halftime show.
Mom and Dad just gave us permission to give away free HVAC systems, and I have this crazy idea.
Hi, I'm Roy.
I'm Joey.
And I'm Jason. You heard us right. We're giving away multiple free units. If you believe you have the oldest HVAC system in the Midlands,
Scan the QR code or visit the website.
Keeps me calm. I'm usually on the go Monday through Friday, and by the time I get home, I need a place to relax. But on weekends, instead of my sunroom, I just call it my son's room. A lot of love goes in an Archidec sunroom. Call Archidec of Central South Carolina today and schedule a free consultation with one of our personal design consultants.
At Atkins Law, we help injured workers and their families. People always ask, what sets us apart? We're local and we focus on customer service. If you've been hurt on the job, call us because who you hire matters.
I'm Chip from Palmetto Citizens. I help people safeguard their futures with retirement accounts. I'm also our head of going the extra mile. They say when your job's your passion, you'll never work a day in your life. Have a great day.
SEC Media Day, sponsored in part by Wesco Brew and Bowl in West Columbia, in the heart of Casey. Bowling lanes, arcade games, also a full-service restaurant and 2 bars. Open Sunday through Thursday till 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday till midnight.
All right, welcome back in hour number 3. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head live
Media
at
Days,
SEC
sponsored in part by
Digital
Wesco
Drive at SEC
Brewing
Media Days
Bowl
down in
in
Tampa
West
Bay. Gunner
Columbia.
back in studio in Columbia, and we are happy to be joined now from ESPN, the SEC Network. Chase Daniel, former Missouri quarterback, currently an analyst for ESPN, I believe just got moved into the SEC Saturday night primetime.
Nation, so I'm calling games on Thursday. Yeah,
Okay,
I think you're talking about Aaron Murray,
That's right.
quarterback,
Sorry
best
about
in
that.
the world, man. Love Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron's awesome. So yeah, congratulations on the new
Thank
move
you.
there. Excited to have you hanging out with us here for a couple minutes. I imagine you've been here, there, and everywhere. Today. So what is your take of Media Days so far?
First one actually, and it's unbelievable. We started last night with a live show for SEC Nation, which we're going to be on with Tim. Tim just is right next to me, Tebow. And just announced he's back for a multi-year extension. So it's me, Roman Harper, Matt Berry, Paul Feinbaum, and Tim, and we're going to be going to campuses. And we did our first live show of the season last night in Thunder Alley right here, and it was unbelievable. I mean, just the amount of people there that braved the thunder and the lightning and the rain. I mean, it was wild.
Sure.
And I've covered NFL mostly since I started getting into media, and to actually feel the pageantry and the passion and just people care more here about college football, it's been an outstanding experience.
Let's go back. Hey, great to have you, Chase. I know it's a crazy day there. Your thoughts just go way back. You were credited with being one of the guys that helped move Missouri to the SEC with your play. 10,000 yards passing, over 100 yards touchdowns. I remember watching you play. Now I feel old. I'm interviewing you. I'm 44. You're younger than me, but I loved you back in the day at Missouri. I thought you were great. But you watched the evolution. Now you're going to be working in the SEC. You've watched the evolution of the SEC and Missouri coming in. How do you see this conference from 2012, I think it was 2012 when Missouri showed up, to here we are 13, 14 years later?
Well, it's changed a lot, right? You look at, and it's a big talking point, as it should be nationally, is the SEC hasn't won a championship game in 3 years, hasn't even been in the championship game in quite some time. Really, since the college football playoff expanded, only 2 of the 8 teams in the semifinals have been SEC teams. That ain't normal, right? You go back to 12, 13, and back on when SEC was dominant, and everyone wants to point to, oh, hey, NIL changed this, all this. It's just, I'm tired of the excuses. Like, at some point, an SEC team, if they're saying they're the best conference, we're saying we're the best conference, they got to show up and prove it on a week-to-week basis. I don't care if they're playing 9 conference games. I don't care if they're playing a tougher non-conference P4 schedule. It's just one of those things. That's the big storyline that I will look for. It's always been big, dominant, everything like that. I just think that since NIL has happened, you know, that they may have lost a little bit more depth. We're still getting amazing top-tier talent players in the NFL that are going to play for decades. But I'm just I don't want to hear any more excuses about it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That I said that earlier. I think you were spot on and perfect. I think great job. I've got a professional backing me up. I feel great on that.
You can't see Bill. I can see him on here. He was pumping his fist.
Oh,
You were giving
I spilled
him
water
so
all over.
I knew he was excited.
Yeah, great stuff.
Chase Daniel joining us here at SEC Digital Drive. Let's talk some quarterbacks here. Of course, we're focused on Lenore Sellers. That South Carolina took a big step back last year after having a pretty strong, especially into 2024. What have you seen out of him, and what do you think working with a guy like Kendall Briles can do for him, given his skill set at quarterback?
We were talking about it on SEC Nation. I think Lenore Sellers has the most to gain out of any quarterback this year because of the season he had last year and because of sort of his regression. It's proven he can do it, man. 2024, we were talking about him because I covered him. We were talking about him like, oh, the next first-round pick. Like the dude's a freak athletically in all the right ways and can throw the football a country mile. With Kendall Briles, though, the offense is going to make a lot of sense. They're going to move fast. They're going to be in situations. I think that, you know, the schedule's tough. Got to get playmakers around to step up. But I think he has the most to gain this year in college football. Like, and I'm not just talking about it from a CFP standpoint. I'm talking about it from an NFL standpoint.
Right.
So there's going to be a lot of growth. A lot of scouts are going to be watching how he handles this offense. This is a big bounce-back year for him.
Right. He is Chase Daniel, former Missouri quarterback, now working with the SEC Network on SEC Nation. Have you you coming straight? If I've got my notes right, you're coming straight from the NFL Network. Is that right?
No. Last year I was with ESPN.
Okay.
And the year before that, I worked at Fox. I did
okay.
a studio show for FS1. But last year, I was able to. I signed a 1-year deal to call college football games. So I called college football games last year, and then did a bunch of NFL studio stuff. So we just re-signed a multi-year extension this past month.
I was going to ask you.
Very cool.
Yeah, I was going to ask you though. You're going to be traveling. You mentioned the campuses and seeing the true SEC environment. Is there a particular one you're excited to go to and see, or one? I'll give you a game early on that stands out. That's like, all right, I'm ready to see. I can think of one. I want to see if you have the same answer.
Yeah, I mean, look, everyone's going to say Lane Kiffin coming back home, and we'll be there. I'm sure live and in person. But honestly, the first game of the year, LSU Clemson, to me, in Death Valley, that's a big game for Lane Kiffin, because you look at LSU's schedule, they got Clemson, they got A&M, and they got another Ole Miss, and those are 2 out of 3 college football playoff opponents. In the month of September, you can't start slow there. I think it's going to set the tone. How does Sam Leavitt handle the pressure early? First home start, injured last year, missed 5 games. All that stuff is going to come into context. But that one, and then all this talk about nationally, right? Dabo Swinney, can Clemson get back to what they used to be? I don't know, right? If they go in to the real Death Valley, as they're calling it, right? LSU,
Right.
And they upset LSU. I mean, not a great start for Kiffin.
Well, Chase, man, we know you're a very busy guy. I appreciate you taking a little bit of time for us today, and enjoy the rest of your first meeting days, man.
Appreciate you guys.
Chase Daniel, they're joining us from ESPN and the SEC Network. And again, first of many guests we're hopefully going to have this week. And man, the quarterback with the most to prove, he says about most to gain, he says about Lenore Sellers in terms of working with Kendall Briles. I think that's a pretty strong statement.
Yeah. I mean, he's 100% right on that. Just because. I don't know. Arch Manning is so – there's such a weird preconceived notion that Arch Manning is just this stud where he has played well. He is – there's nothing but it's kind of – it just – I don't know. It's a weird thing with him. Gunnar Stockton is really good, but we don't talk about him taking a step to the next level in his, second year as a starter, really third year playing if you go back to playing a little bit there in 2024. Trinidad Chambliss is considered maybe the best quarterback in the SEC. You can go through a bunch of them. We don't know anything about Sam Leavitt right now and what he's going to end up being. John Mateer is back and bulked up and is supposed to be really good. It'll be kind of interesting. I don't have my list in front of me. He didn't come with them today, did he? Was he there? I can go back to this here.
Which quarterback?
John Mateer with Oklahoma.
Yeah. Mateer is here. I've seen him around.
Okay, I haven't seen. I'll be interested. I'll pull back up some quotes from him when they are available because I want to hear some things that he's got to say. And by the way, I don't know if you've seen him walk around. I like to get, now that there's all this talk about him bulking up and being much bigger, I'd like to hear your personal, just you see him walk by and what you think of him. But there's him, and we're talking about him. So there's all these quarterbacks, Marcel Reed at Texas A&M, but nobody seems to think that those guys have the ceiling that Lenore Sellers has, and is that partly because of how bad last year was? The regression was, and that's why we say, nobody stands to gain anything more. This guy could be the stud, but that's also because, well, quite frankly, he's not very good in 2025.
Yeah, I think that has something to do with it because that ceiling, I think, is as high as it's ever been, but the starting point he has for this year in a lot of people's mind is going to be lower because of how much of a struggle last year was, as opposed to if he was able to follow up 24 and still came back to college for another year, then he wouldn't have as much to gain because he would be in just a kind of higher place in terms of what his play was a season ago. So I think you're right. It's because of that high ceiling and then the regression that kind of makes him in that position with the new offensive coordinator to have so much to gain.
All right, 803-404-6100. I want to know the answer to this question. 1 through 10. What is your confidence? What is South Carolina fans, us locally? What is our confidence level in Lenore's? We'll circle back to what we're talking about, Tyler, and you talk about like 803-404-6100. You can send in a response along with it, but just send in if you won't, just send in a number 6, 8, 10, 4, whatever. I don't care. What is your confidence level in Lenore Sellers this year? Do you believe that last year was an anomaly and that it was all Mike Shula's fault? Do you think Lenore Sellers is the guy to lead this team? That would put you, what do you think, Tyler? 7, 8, 9? If you've got questions, you're at 4, 5, 6. And if you don't think he can throw and you think he's all legs and he's 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
And if you
that's right there.
you think he's going to win the Heisman and be the number 1 overall pick, you obviously go with 10, and he's going to lead South Carolina to a championship. But I'm interested to hear that. We'll see if we get some text line people in. What is your confidence level? 1 through 10 in Lenore Sellers having that year, being that guy, putting himself up there with the so-called all-time greats that led South Carolina to big seasons. Bill Petty, Stephen Garcia, Connor Shaw in recent years. What is our confidence level in that? I'm really intrigued, Tyler, because that circles back to the questions about Lenore Sellers maybe being the biggest unknown in college football.
Yeah. Well, is unknown the right word? Because I feel like unknown can go. I think unknown is better reserved for players that we actually don't know anything about.
Well, I mean,
maybe biggest question mark in what it's going to look like is maybe better.
If you want to be honest about it, right now, Lenore Sellers' entire career is based around the month of November in 2024.
So it's close to the Beamer era too.
Well, there's other things in the Beamer era, but Lenore Sellers, the Missouri game, that Texas A&M game, and the Clemson game. He played fine. It wasn't that he played bad. And obviously, maybe you could throw in the first half of the LSU game because he was performing at a very high level and got hurt. But he wasn't lights out against Alabama.
Right.
He didn't. He's not the reason they beat Oklahoma. I guess that's my point. Like, you're basing Lenore Sellers essentially a 3-game, 4-game, 3-game body of work when he has now been the starter for 5 games? Well, 24 games. He missed the Akron game. Yeah. So that's why I say unknown, because I don't know what we really know about him.
I see where you're coming from. That's fair.
So,
anyway. I thought you were looking at it from the standpoint of like all quarterbacks in terms of what we know and what we don't know. I'm like, we know a different fair amount, but I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I'm not trying to put the young man down. I think we all know that there's a lot of potential there. Can Kendall Briles unlock it? 803-404-6100. Some of y'all being rough with your rankings here. We'll get to those when we come back. And Dari Nokwa coming up at 2:30. You're listening to the Halftime Show.
Mom and Dad just gave us permission to give away free HVAC systems, and I have this crazy idea.
Hi, I'm Roy.
I'm Joey.
And I'm Jason. You heard us right. We're giving away multiple free units. If you believe you have the oldest HVAC system in the Midlands,
scan the QR code or visit the website below.
Do you see this room? During the week, it's the place that keeps me calm. I'm usually on the go Monday through Friday. By the time I get home, I need a place to relax. But on weekends, instead of my sunroom, I just call it my son's room. A lot of love goes in an Architect sunroom. Architect of Central South Carolina today and schedule a free consultation with one of our personal design consultants.
As a result, we help injured workers and their families. People always ask what sets us apart. We're local and we focus on customer service. If you've been hurt on the job, call us, because who you hire happens.
I'm Chip from Palmetto Citizens. I help people safeguard their futures with retirement accounts. I'm also our head of going the extra mile. They say when your job's your passion, you never work a day in your life. Have a great day.
SEC Media Days, sponsored in part by Wesco Brew and Bowl in West Columbia, in the heart of Casey. Bowling lanes, arcade games, also a full-service restaurant and 2 bars. Open Sunday through Thursday till 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday till midnight.
Rolling along on a Monday afternoon. SEC Media Day is off and running. And I was just informed, Tyler, that tomorrow, one of our great sponsors, Louisiana Purchase, is going to be bringing Oh boy, through me. Shrimp Oh boy.
Okay.
I am ready to come to work tomorrow.
Oh,
I'm fired up right now. So, Tyler, we have some other great Louisiana Purchase. I'm thrilled with them right now. They just favorites, but you other sponsors are making it possible for all of us to be in Tampa.
Atkins Law, Little Deck, the Gutterman, again, so many people that are allowing us to be out here this week. We certainly appreciate them. And yeah, Louisiana Purchase, Louisiana Kitchens,
Gonna feed Bill a po' boy tomorrow, apparently.
They know the way to my shrimp po' boy. They know
Okay.
the way to my heart, and I love good people like that. So put them on the list of people that you'll have to hear a lot about tomorrow because they're feeding. 803-404-6100. Tyler, we got some responses here.
Okay.
We got some responses. Let's start here. Texter weighs in. I think Sellers has a 7.58 performance type year enough. Type year enough with a better O line to get you to potentially 9 wins in a playoff conversation. Another texture. My confidence in Lenore is a 9. Morales has proved he can adjust his system, make his QB successful. If Sellers plays free and knows the offense, he should be very successful. All right, you got two guys there with exceptionally high numbers. Your first thoughts on those?
That's fine. Yeah, I have no problem with that. I mean, again, you've seen him be his best, and the anticipation is that that's what Kendall Browse is here to unlock again. So, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong in thinking on whatever end of the scale you want to think on, right? Because if you think that, Mike Shula damaged Lenore Sellers to the point of no return, okay, I can get that. But if you think that Kendall Browse can turn Lenore Sellers into an even better version of himself than we saw at the end of the season 2 years ago, I'm fine with that too. Like I lean more towards the high confidence than low confidence. So I understand where they're coming from.
Let's see. Who is this? Another texter weighs in, and this is Elwood. He says, I'm at a 7. Even having a bad season last year, he had some throws that were absolutely dots. A throw or two versus Missouri comes to mind, plus his scramble ability is still elite. With Kendall Browse, I expect a big year. Another texter weighs in and says 6. So it'll be interesting to see if his accuracy improves with more protection. A lot of overthrows and missed passes. So now we move the mark down there to 6 or 7, which I think is more in line of where I'm thinking. 6 or 7. I do think it's possible he could be higher, but this is where your confidence level is at when you're talking about Lenore. So let's be honest, Tyler, one of the big parts of talking about Lenore Sellers is indeed the fact of what does Randy Clement's offensive line look like? Is Lenore constantly under pressure, or do they have the ability to run the ball and take a little pressure off of him and also give him time to throw the ball?
Yeah, I feel like every conversation we've had this offseason ends up relating back to the offensive line somehow, and for good reason. I mean, again, that's what is going to allow Sellers, like you said, the ability to either sit back there and go through his reads and go through his progressions, and or be able to run through lanes and pick up yardage and first downs and all that kind of stuff. Or he's going to be running for his life like we saw 2 years ago. Now, again, he showed the ability to make some magical plays happen where, despite the fact the blocking wasn't good, he was still able to make something out of nothing, especially in those last 6 games of the regular season. And, we all remember him for those crazy plays and stuff like that. Your hope, though, is it doesn't have to do that. And, again, that's the big question here is he going to be put in those situations, or is the blocking going to be significantly better to where it's not as big of a concern? But, again, we're not going to know until, kick off in 47 days.
803-404-6100. Keep weighing in with that. All right, Tyler, you have got 47 days. You just mentioned it until the start, and you've got me some trivia that you want to see if I can figure out.
Yeah, it's the same question. Were you listening to the 11 o'clock hour?
I did not catch the trivia or what y'all were talking about. This is brand new to me.
Okay, well, you might be able to get this then. The question is, because 47 days till kickoff, 47 for Pat DeMarco, he scored 1 touchdown in the 2009 season. Can you tell me what game that was in?
It was, now I think, I'm not 100% certain. It was a short pass from Steven Garcia against Clemson up at Memorial Stadium early on in that game.
That is not correct. Not for 2009. So we did score against them in 2010.
Okay. You narrowed it down to one season. I'm sorry. I didn't know he scored 2010.
Yes. He had 1 touchdown in 2009, but it came in a very significant game. It was the Ole Miss game where Sandstorm was born.
I do not. I mean, I remember parts of that game, but I do not remember that game. So what did he do? We just handed it off up the middle, or did he?
No, it was a short pass as well. I thought you were about to answer it because you said short pass from Garcia to DeMarco, and yeah, it was a I don't know, it was like a 6-7 yard play or something like that. Real short touch, but it's what gave Carolina the lead to eventually win that game.
You got a little trick. I should have. I don't want to say I should have paid better attention, but I got to be honest. When you asked that question, I started thinking. I was like, DeMarco, is that just how? Is that the only? Did he only have 2 touchdowns in his career?
No, he had, I believe, 6, and so Clemson. He scored one against Clemson in 2010. He actually scored a touchdown in his last 3 games against Troy, Clemson, and then the SEC championship game against Auburn. Didn't play in the bowl game after that. But, I believe he had 6 total touchdowns, only one of those in 2009. But that came in a very important game to the history of Gamecock lore in the Sandstorm game.
Interesting. Good trivia.
So there you go. Let's see if you get that.
No, that was, and I should have paid a little bit when you said 09. I do specifically remember, and I'm sure it was the same play. I'm sure it was the same play ran against Clemson very well, where they slip him out of the backfield and fake the handoff, and Garcia would roll right, and DeMarco gotten out to the flat and was able to catch it and turn upfield for a yard or 2 for a touchdown. So, good trivia question. Good trivia. 47. Pat DeMarco, a dying breed. They're a player that I think South Carolina is still looking for, kind of a utility guy who's going to put all his heart into it and do the dirty things that you got to do to set up. In that case, it was Marcus Lattimore, but to set up this year, Matt Fuller and Christian Clark. And I don't, it'll be interesting. Let me ask this. We're talking about Lenora Sellers and the rating on him. Do we even really have an idea of what Kendall, I mean, you can go back and you can watch, but what this Kendall Browse offense is really going to look like?
I think we have an idea. Could there be twists and quirks to it, specifically for Sellers in South Carolina? Maybe. But I think we got a pretty good, in terms of the bare bones of it, yeah.
Are we going to see a lot? What do you think? A lot of shotgun with him? Do you think you see him go under center more?
I would think more shotgun. I don't think it's a under center type of offense.
I don't think so.
I'd have to go back and look, but I don't think he has too many under center snaps.
I don't think so either. All right. Noka, right? Noka.
Dari Noka. Up next.
Noka. Let's get out of here and get set for him. You're listening to the Halftime Show. Hit the break, Taylor. We've lost our producer. Dave, somebody? There we go. Here comes Dave. All right, we're safe.
All right, welcome back in. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head and Bill Gunner along with you here on your Monday. We're live at SEC Media Days. Happy to be hanging out with now one of the voices of the SEC Network, that being Dari Noka, one of the busiest men for the SEC Network. They just kind of lock you guys for 12, 14 hours a day on college football Saturday. You're taking all the games. I typically, as I'm leaving Carolina games, have you guys, I'm not watching, I'm listening because I'm driving. But got you guys down the games from the day. So you do a lot for the SEC Network and ESPN. Appreciate you sitting down with us.
Happy to, man. Happy to, Tyler. No, I tell you what, there's not a room I'd rather be locked in, to be quite honest, than one studio with 8 games on at one time watching college football on Saturdays.
Living the dream, man.
With Goring and Watson, too. I mean, it's like a party, man.
Anytime we complain about the jobs that we have, people are like, you are working in sport. So you can't really cry from the yacht, as Kirby would say.
I love that line.
Yeah.
You can't do it. It's hard to even call it work sometimes.
I know you've been here, there, and everywhere. Not sure how much you've gotten to hear from the main room or anything, but any takeaways so far from what you heard today?
I mean, I was out there hosting for the first bit, and, we had Brent Venables, Eli Drinkwitz, 2 of my favorite guys, honestly, in this league. The energy and enthusiasm from BB, I think, is, pretty contagious. I think Oklahoma's going to be really good. We had John McKeer on our stat. I think that's a team that has every reason to believe that's a playoff team again. Drink, a lot of focus on Ahmad Hardy, and we're certainly hoping the best for him. It sounds like his recovery road has been a good one. It's funny. You listen to Drink, and he talks about the individuals on defense in many cases, and you just think to yourself, I see why they win 8 to 10 games every year. We never think they're going to. They do. And a lot's going to ride on Austin Simmons. He's high on him. So, I think it'll be – and he hired a great offensive staff. He really kind of remade the offensive staff after Kirby Moore got a head coaching job. So, that's really all I heard out there early today. But it's a good way to start this media days.
Dari, I had a chance to catch you on TV earlier. That's when y'all were interviewing Drink. Is he probably now the most quotable coach now in the SEC? Who do you? I'm not asking who do you enjoy interviewing the most. It's just when I was going a lot back in the day, you had some really big characters. Unfortunately, we lost one last year in Sam Pittman. Is Drink now the most quotable coach we get at SEC Media Day?
It's a great – it probably is. I think Kiffin's always been really overrated as an interview.
Yes.
You guys are in agreement on that.
I think Levy is pretty good. But Drink. Drink just – he wears the dorky thing so well, and I think that's appreciated by everybody. I think that's fair. I think it probably is him. Now that you say that, I'm bummed though, because now it's already over. All the great quotes are over.
Y'all were asking some good. Again, I had to get to the studio, so I missed Venables, and I don't know if y'all had Sankey on yet. I was telling Tyler when I came on, I love y'all's interviews because y'all get more out of them. Of course, everybody. Than you do when they're on the main stage. They're a little more open and freewheeling with y'all, and of course, you've got some great people working with you. Your assessment of what this year means for the SEC. We just had Chase Daniel on. He talked about it. To be the man, you got to be at least in the championship game. This is 3 straight years now without even getting a team in the championship game. You covered the SEC. You do a phenomenal job. Love your basketball stuff too, by the way. I watch a lot of that.
Thank you.
And but your assessment of the SEC grand landscape of college football right now.
I want to go back to one thing you said. I appreciate you saying you get a little bit more out of them than they are at the podium, and that should know us by now. And we've had so many conversations with them. We love being able to have them be comfortable with us. I agree with Chase. I think that we're living on this narrative, whether it might be, and it probably is true. We are the deepest league in college football. I do believe we're deeper than the Big Ten in college football. And that's great to say for a year, for 2 years, when the championship hasn't gone to your league. But that's kind of a narrative that I think is getting old. And frankly, I know a lot of us are kind of getting sick of saying it, No, win a championship. It's time to win a championship. Being in a championship game, great. Winning the championship is what this league needs, and I think everybody knows.
About 2 more minutes here with Dari Noka of the SEC Network. When you look around the conference, and again, we're learning about everybody this week, Who do you think is going to surprise us the most this year in conference?
Oh, yeah, it's funny because there are some programs that I'm curious to see when the preseason picks come out. I feel like Ole Miss is not getting enough credit, and when you have Chambliss and Lacey and a guy that just won 2 playoff games and Pete Golding coaching you and your defense, maybe that's one of them. The other one I would say is Florida. I think there's a little bit of a buzz around that. Maybe that's just because what John Sumrall's like in press conferences, and he's very intense and he's very demanding. Chris Doring is a buddy of mine, and he's been in a lot of practices, and he's talked a lot about what that practice looks like. But he got a ton of skill on the offensive side of the ball. And if Buster Falk, he's the new OC, and he brought Aaron Philo with him from Georgia Tech, and if he ends up winning that job, and there's some continuity on offense and a quick strike ability because of the players they have, I think Florida could be a team that maybe sneaks up on some people.
We'll certainly keep an eye on it. We know you got to run, man. You're a very busy guy. Stay energized, stay fed, and we appreciate what you do for the SEC Network, man.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you. You got it. Thank you.
Dari Noka there of the SEC Network joining us before his next interview only moments from now. Bill, a lot of good stuff there from Dari. Absolutely, and we'll continue watching him on TV there. Thank you. What'd you take away from that, Bill?
Yeah, and you got. I would assume, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I'm just saying it comes across as we just said. Both he and Chase Daniel, I feel like, are, I guess you'll say, on my side about where the SEC is. And
sure.
Again, are they good? Are they one of the top 2 leagues in America in college football? Yeah. I mean, I'm not. They're closer to the Big Ten than they are to the ACC or the Big 12. Still a great conference.
Right.
This conference is built on championships. That's bottom line. They're built on championships. And when you don't win, and you're right, they won baseball. Oklahoma won baseball. But that is not going to get the publicity that winning a men's basketball championship and definitely a college football playoff or a college football championship gets you. And
right.
I say this as someone who has tooted the horn for the SEC and cheered for the SEC. And, people go, well, you pull for your team. Chris, our Miami resident fan, says he just doesn't, has always said he never gets it. I don't know if he's listening today in text, but I don't, people go, what do you want to say? The bravado of all SEC teams that we're in this together. And then you start losing. That's just like we go to stadiums. You go beat Clemson. You go beat North Carolina. You go beat somebody, and the SEC chant breaks out.
Sure.
Well, the SEC right now is, they're again, Todd, not even getting teams to the national championship game. It's a big year for them.
Yeah. And I guess my level of concern hasn't been as high because they've been close. Right. And again, you've had teams in the semifinals all 3 of those years that you haven't played for a national championship. And if a couple things go differently, Miami's playing Indiana last year, and who knows what happens if that game ends up, being the matchup. So I know they're not far off. But, yeah, you do need to at least get yourself back to the point of playing for and ultimately winning it here in the very near future to be able to kind of shift the narrative back in your favor once again. Now, again, are you going to go on the same 17-year run that you did, prior? No, I don't think that's really possible in today's world of college football or college sports in general. But getting back into the win column in that category, very important for the SEC, hopefully this year, if nothing else.
I will say, and I think this is a great thing. I think this is an incredible thing. This is why I love college football. I think that's why we love college football. We don't like the offseason. We don't like it. We like what's happening now. We like talking. We'll talk next week. We'll wrap up talking season. That's what we're doing now. Talking season's coming to an end. The product on the field is as good as it's ever been. But here's what's most important. The parity. And you just mentioned it. No, the SEC's never going to go on a run like they did. That's done. Okay? And Alabama's run is done. They're done. They're still a great football team. They're still capable of putting everything together and going to win a national championship. But what Nick Saban did and what Alabama did in that dynasty run will never get you because it's a different landscape of college football. But with that being said, there's more parity in the sport now than there has ever been because of the transfer portal, unfortunately because of NIL. And to me, that makes it more fun. So again,
I get why the SEC is not king of the hill anymore, completely king of the hill. That doesn't mean, though, that you don't have somebody step up. I mean, honestly, it might be Georgia's been the biggest disappointment of the last 2 seasons because they lose to Notre Dame. Maybe you try and give them a break. Carson Beck was out, but they lose to Notre Dame. And then last year, what was it? They lost to Mississippi in a thriller. Now, it could have gone anywhere, but they lost. They lost. That's the end of the story.
They did. Yeah. They're 0 with 12-team playoff air in terms of playoff appearances.
803
playoff games.
Yeah, 803-404-6100. Have you ever heard Will Stein's voice? Do you have any clue what it sounds like? We'll let you hear something from him when we come back so we can all learn. It's the halftime show.
Mom and Dad just gave us permission to give away free HVAC systems, and I have this crazy idea.
Hi, I'm Roy.
I'm Joey.
And I'm Jason. You heard us right. We're giving away multiple free units. If you believe you have the oldest HVAC system in the Midlands,
Scan the QR code or visit the website below.
Do you see this room? During the week, it's the place that keeps me calm. I'm usually on the go Monday through Friday, and by the time I get home, I need a place to relax. But on weekends, instead of my sunroom, I just call it my son's room. A lot of love goes in an Architect sunroom. Call Architect of Central South Carolina today and schedule a free consultation with one of our personal design consultants.
At Atkins Law, we help injured workers and their families. People always ask what sets us apart. We're local and we focus on customer service. If you've been hurt on the job, call us because who you hire matters.
I'm Chip from Palmetto Citizens. I help people safeguard their futures with retirement accounts. I'm also our head of Going the Extra Mile. They say when your job's your passion, you never work a day in your life. Have a great day.
SEC Media Days, sponsored in part by Wesco Brew and Bowl in West Columbia, in the heart of Casey. Bowling lanes, arcade games, also a full-service restaurant and 2 bars. Open Sunday through Thursday till 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday till midnight.
You know, I mean, I think it takes all of us. I really do. And I know that's cliche coach talk, but man, this is the ultimate team sport. If all 11 aren't doing the job, then you got no chance. So I'm excited about the additions we brought in. It's a super, super competitive league. You play 9 games. You better be on your P's every single week. Better be able to handle adversity. And so that's what we're doing right now. We're about something days or less out of camp. We will continue to grow and improve as
We're wrapping it up. We'll allow Tyler to get out of there, but it's been a fun first day, Tyler. Sounds like it's been quite enjoyable. Thank you to Chase Daniels and to Dari Nokwa for joining us. Great information just on the overall overview of the SEC.
Phil is yet to get his last name right.
I'm looking right at the pronunciation.
Noka.
Okay.
Noka.
All right, well,
There's the W is silent. In a way.
Okay.
Yes, Noka. Very Noka.
We had a great interview.
Thankfully, I introed him, so you didn't have to.
Oh, listen, I'm not dumb. I know how to, and I never touched his last name during the interview. I knew exactly what I was doing. Very
smart.
Very smart. A name I can't pronounce. Will Stein, new coach of Kentucky. I don't feel like we know anything about him. Alex Golish, you kind of knew him a little bit. He was at Tennessee as an assistant. Then he went to South Florida. Last year, South Florida was really tough. They've been good. I feel like we know a little bit about him. John Summerall at Tulane. Feel like we know about him. I don't feel like we know anything about Will Stein, including what he sounds like. Did you know? Will Stein only 36 years of age. He'll be 37.
Yeah, I knew he was one of the younger coaches.
He is of late. He was at Texas in 2015 as the quality control coach. 2017, he went back to Lake Travis High School for a year. Then was at Texas San Antonio for 2 years, and he's been the Oregon OC from 2023 to 2025. How does you and I? We've been previewing teams. Well, let's listen for a minute. A, here's Will Stein and what he sounds like. B, here is what he says about his Kentucky team prepping for the 2026 season.
I think it takes all of us. I really do. And I know that's cliche coach talk, but, man, this is the ultimate team sport. If all 11 aren't doing the job, then you got no chance. So I'm excited about the additions that we brought in. It's a super, super competitive league. You play 9 games. You better be on your P's and Q's every single week. Better be able to handle adversity. And so that's what we're doing right now. We're about 27 days or less out from fall camp. We will continue to grow and improve as a team.
Roll on the left.
Chesson.
There you go, Tyler. Just kind of a preview, but this is a guy, and Dari just mentioned Florida generating a little bit of buzz. I feel like Kentucky has a small buzz about them, and this is a game on South Carolina's schedule. It'll be at Williams-Brice Stadium. It will be following the Alabama game, right? It will be following with Florida on deck. So if you're talking about a letdown game, you circle that one. South Carolina's returned their dominance over the Wildcats under Shane Beamer. But, Tyler, I feel like we know nothing, absolutely nothing about the Kentucky Wildcats going into 2026.
I will say this, and we don't have a ton of time to expand on it right now because we're almost out of time, but the more I dive into their roster, the more I am starting to believe, like, hey, this could be a trickier game than we thought because they brought in a lot of good talent from a lot of good places in the transfer portal. Of course, Will Stein was the offensive coordinator at Oregon. You're used to working with a lot of really high-level talent. And I'm not saying they're going to be Indiana and they're going to do something crazy like that, but this might be a team that could surprise some people. I'll say that much.
Well, I think what you just said sums it up. When we look at the schedule, we look at Mississippi State and Arkansas, and we wins, W's, chalk it up, and it should be.
Yep.
It should be. I'm not
right,
but I do think you're right about Kentucky. I also think Mississippi State is a little bit trickier than just saying, well, that's a W. But that Kentucky game, where it falls on the schedule, the coach they have, you look at they bring in the transfer quarterback Kenny Minchey from Notre Dame, but we don't know all that much about. That game, circle that game is one that South Carolina is going to have to, whatever happens at Alabama. If you win and you're on your high, you've got to get ready for next week. If you lose in a tough one, you got to get over it and you got to play Kentucky, and that's always been a tough game for South Carolina.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely become a rivalry, right? I mean, it's you go back to the Beamer and the sunglasses thing. Like, there's been a lot of smoke to that these past couple of years.
Exactly, and yes, and it is a fun little rivalry. Now, I will admit, taking Mark Stoops out of the equation
might diminish this a little bit because Stoops did seem to have an issue with Beamer and with South Carolina. So maybe we lose a little luster. But I will admit, the Kentucky series has been a lot of fun. They think they're better than us. They think they should beat us. We think the same thing of them. Gamecocks own the series 22-13. Tyler, Gamecock Day tomorrow. Are you ready?
That's right.
All
Ready
right.
as I can be.
We'll talk to you tomorrow then. Take care. Bill Gunner for Mid-State Roofing, the leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry for over 30 years, being there for you, ready to help when you have a leak. Now, there's two ways to approach this. You can be proactive today. You might not have a leak, but while I'm talking about it, you start thinking about your roof. You don't want that damage to occur, so go ahead and call Mid-State Roofing today, 803-356-1919, and line up a maintenance package. That way, when the leak does occur, you're completely ready. You can also take your time, wait around, and when we get one of these big summer thunderstorms that has heavy rains, high winds, or hail, you develop a leak, guess what? You can still call Mid-State Roofing then. They're ready for you. They're open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You give a phone call at midnight or 1 a.m., you'll speak with an on-call technician. So Mid-State Roofing's there for you, whatever your needs are. 803-356-1919. Tell them Gunner.
3 o'clock on a Monday. Welcome aboard the post-game show. Along with Terry Ford, who's in the middle of a tropical system down in Tampa. And at Media Days, I'm Jay Phillips. Kale's here making sure that I don't do anything stupid. So he's going to fail. And it's weird. Do we have Terry ready to go, Kale, by the way? Kale, you want to be and tell me that we have All right, there's Terry. Terry,
I'm here.
Okay. So this is,
I'm here.
I just want everybody to know, again, I try not to make it about me, but I am the co-host of this program along with you, Mr. Ford. And I have been going to SEC Media Days every summer since 2004, with two exceptions. One year, my family had made its beach plans before the SEC had made its Media Days plans, and I missed it. I still remember Heath Klein being very incredulous about that. To which I remember saying something to the effect of, "Well, Heath, you don't have kids. You don't understand. You have to plan family vacations well in advance. You don't just get to drop and go." And I don't think
Heath has a dog.
Yeah, I don't think it really changed Heath's opinion of my decision, but that's beside the point. Maybe when we talk to Heath later in the week, you may remember that. And then the other time, my mother passed away, and so we were doing that and having her funeral and those things, and everybody that's been through that knows. So I wasn't working with either of those weeks. Well, I'll just let everybody know the reason I'm not there this year is because we had been anticipating that perhaps I would be needing to do some stuff over the next month as part of my cancer treatment. And the great news is I do not. And we got a great report. And ironically, I could go, but Terry wouldn't let me. And so,
That's right. Too late, pal.
So,
we're moving all without you there, bud.
That last part's not true. But the part about me not needing any further treatments and everything is true. And so that's obviously something to be very happy about. But when we were making station plans for everybody to go and get credentialed and hotels and travel, et cetera, Terry and I had a nice long talk about exactly what we should do. And we thought the pragmatic thing would be, unfortunately, to just say, well, Jay just won't go this year and he'll do things remotely. Well, now here I am, and I could go, and I don't know what to do with myself because I was watching it this morning. I'm like, what the hell's happening here? I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone, Terry Ford. You know, I mean, I was like, I was supposed to be in the room with these guys. I was supposed to be on Radio Row for my show, and I just felt like some schlub just getting ready for work.
You know what's funny? And you said to me on the phone, you're like, you'll get used to it in a couple days. And I was being honest with you. I'm like, hell no, you're not going to get used to this.
I probably won't.
You're just not.
I probably
no
won't.
offense.
But
you're going to be staring at this weird for 4 days.
Yeah,
you know that.
It's because it's funny because for however long we've had the SEC network now, 10 or 12 years or whatever it is, we see their set. And there are, just to let everybody know, there are different monitors often around the event so that you can kind of see what's going on SEC Network. They don't have like audio typically, but they'll be just video monitors, and it just gives you an idea of who's up on the set, who's doing what. And so I know that that's happening, right? Well, this is the first time where I've ever put it on. So all along, my TV's been on SEC Network watching coaches and players and the commissioner and things like that. And so, again, it's just been, again, weird, surreal almost to not be there. But do me a favor, Terry, when you see Heath, because I think he's next to you, right?
Right next to us.
Yeah.
Table right next to us.
Yeah, just tell him I'm on
he'll go, what?
If you haven't yet told him what's going on, tell him I'm on vacation.
You told me that Heath story, him looking at you with that Heath look. What the hell? You're not going to SEC Media
It's
Days?
like you're really going on vacation instead of media.
By the way, I can totally picture Heath looking at you going, what?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah. And I did. I tried to explain. And now, thank God, because as of this morning, during Greg Sankey's opening remarks, he let us all know that Media Days will take place next summer in Nashville, and he even gave us the dates, like the 12th through the 15th or something.
Yep.
So we already know. But back then, and it wasn't that long ago. It was like 15 years ago. I forget exactly when, Terry, but it was like 15 years ago that my family did this. And but they didn't they didn't make the. I mean, they usually made the plans like 8 or 9 months out or something. I don't know.
Sure,
But not already in advance. And so we made our beach plans because when you're renting a place at the beach for 7 people, because my mom was going with us then, like you don't just say, "Hey, I want to go rent a place at the beach," or "Hey, I'll just get some." It's you gotta act in advance. Unlike people that just want to go take a weekend junket to Vegas. Heath Fine.
I was going to say, Heath goes, "Okay, honey, let's put the dog. We're just going to go put the dog at the shelter for a week, and let's go beat it. Let's go roll."
So, but anyway, so so there's that. So that's why I'm in Columbia. But Terry's down there, and Tyler, obviously, and Elijah. We got a lot of busy stuff for you throughout the course of the week. So we'll have everything that we always do. It's just that I'll be sitting here all by my lonesome and enjoying the festivities from afar. But first off, everything is okay in downtown Tampa, right? I did see that storm looked pretty severe a little earlier. Everybody okay?
All I know is I'm looking out the window here at the Palatial Marriott on Water Street, and the sun's out.
Oh, good. Okay. Because earlier it did not look so promising.
I be honest with you, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's the first time I've looked outside all day. So I mean, it could have been like the movie Twister for all I know earlier.
I don't know if it's
just
quite
first time
that
I've had a chance
bad,
to look
but it
outside.
did. They had a shot of it on SEC Network, and it did not. It did not look good. But I suppose that's the Gulf Coast of Florida
I
in
was
July,
gonna say, it's
right?
Florida, man. Well,
Yeah.
we got here yesterday, and 1 minute it's sunny, like you're driving, and 1 minute you're driving and it's sunny, and a mile later it's raining. Next mile it's sunny. The next mile you're getting a thunderstorm and who knows, a volcano. And then the next one you're getting sun again. It's Florida.
Yeah, Florida.
You know how it goes.
Yeah.
So I mean, I
What
can
is it?
turn around
If you
in
don't
a
like the
second.
weather, wait 15 minutes.
At 15 seconds,
Yeah.
Jay, in this area.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, I mean, we could be sitting here watching God knows what before 6, but right now it's sunny, man. It's looking nice.
We got
It's
Tony
looking
Barnhart
nice.
coming up in a few, so that's a great way to get it started. Terry booked Tony last week, so Mr. College Football will be with us here in just a few minutes, and certainly a lot to get to. We'll just kind of set the scene for the day. Oklahoma, Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, all the rotation. I believe Coach Heupel is speaking right now, and of course the Gamecocks get the Vols back on the schedule for the first time in a couple of years. Kentucky and Oklahoma also part of it. No Mizzou this year, but Eli Drinkwitz did have some really, I thought, important things to say about his ideas for a college football playoff and play-in games and referencing some of the stuff format-wise that the World Cup and the basketball tournament used. So, how many ears really hear that, Terry, and do something about it is unknown. But at least Eli is out there giving his opinion on something like that. Brent Venables was full of coach speak. Good for him. But I mean, my goodness, everything was a cliche.
Hey, by the way, we were laughing here going, we should have a drinking game. Every time he pops a cliche, take a shot.
My goodness. It's like they had every cliche in the book, and then somebody helped him put it together. And even when he was on SEC Network, like not like at his speech, if you will, or his appearance, but when he was just on with the panel, it was the same thing. I'm like, bro, you can relax.
I mean,
It's okay. You can talk.
First of all, our boy is wound tight.
Yeah,
you
he
know
is.
that.
You can tell. You can tell.
And he's up there and just spitting the cliches, and everything was a cliche. The cliches had cliches, and the flip side is Drinkwitz. And we'll go back to Eli. Remember last year, and not, look, agree, disagree, whatever. But Drinkwitz got up last year and talked about an expanded playoff.
Right.
Remember?
I do.
And talking about taking the top 4 teams or 8 teams or 6 teams worth of the SEC and have them expand the playoff, but do it inside the conference with play-in rounds.
Yeah, top
that
8.
way.
Yeah, he wanted top
remember
8.
that?
Yeah, top
and
8.
that way you have half the SEC is in the playoff, makes all the fan bases happy, builds the playoff to expand. It's going to be on campus. Remember, Eli laid the whole thing out. And again, you can agree or disagree with him, but at least here's a guy who's thinking. And I'm going to say this about Eli. We make fun of him. We joke about standing on business and all that stuff. Eli is not afraid in front of the microphone to tell you what he thinks, right? Give you his ideas. And I totally respect him. And he's done that every year that I've been here. He'll get up and he'll give you thought-provoking stuff, whether you think he's full of fertilizer or you think he's got good ideas. Eli brings you something to think about to the podium. And I totally appreciate the fact that he does that. And then when you hear Venables, it's about the process. It's the core culture of our program. We build on toughness. We can only control what we can control. Oh my God! Give me Drinkwitz any day, any day.
I don't disagree. And then Will Stein made his debut, the new Kentucky head coach, at Oregon with Dan Lanning for a bit. Grew up in Kentucky. Dad played football at Kentucky. He played at Louisville, which is interesting. He spent some time back in the day at the University of Texas. He's been around a little bit, but a very confident individual. I wouldn't say brash or cocky, but one reporter asked Coach Stein, "Hey, why do you believe it's going to work?" And he kind of paused and in so many words said, "Look, don't any of y'all take this the wrong way, but it's because of me."
My favorite answer of the entire day one so far was that answer. I texted Elijah and Tyler. I said, I just took his answer. We're going to be good because of me.
Yeah.
And I said, that's my favorite answer. Elijah went, oh my God, what a great answer. I loved it. I love the fact that he stood up there and he said, we're going to win because I'm here. And I saw him. It's when they start doing the car wash and everything. I think he probably came up from the set from SEC Network, and I was popping right next to him. We're walking. He just looked at me. He's like, because you know how you walk together and you say hey or whatever. And so I realized it's him. I said, by the way, I just want to tell you something really quick, Coach. You had the best answer of the day. You're going to win because of me. And he looked at me and goes, honestly, I know what else to say.
That's good. That's good. Hey, listen,
he's
got a track record with his quarterbacks. Whether that can, can translate fully to the entire system, and all, and I heard Chiswick mentioning that, like, hey, it's one thing when you're kind of dialed in every week as quarterback and play caller. Now you got to run everything, and you're pulled in a whole bunch of different directions. So it'll be interesting to see. And of course, Kentucky just needed a new life. They didn't get a whole lot in the last couple of years out of Coach Stoops. They hit a peak certainly, and I think after a while they just kind of ran out of steam. And again, Coach Heupel is speaking right now. Tennessee, of course, made the playoff 2 years ago, didn't make it back last year, so that fan base is getting a little bit antsy. We'll have some thoughts from Coach throughout the course of the afternoon. Gamecocks go tomorrow, as do the Georgia Bulldogs, so we'll certainly be focusing a lot on that. But let's go ahead and hit a timeout. And the great Mr. College Football, the one and only Tony Barnhart, will join us. He'll be down with Terry on Radio Row, and we'll go back and forth with Tony when the postgame show returns.
Mom and Dad just gave us permission to give away free HVAC systems, and I have this crazy idea.
Hi, I'm Roy.
I'm Joey.
And I'm Jason. You heard us right. We're giving away multiple free units. If you believe you have the oldest HVAC system in the Midlands,
scan the QR code or visit the website below.
Do you see this room? During the week, it's a place that keeps me calm. I usually go Monday through Friday. By the time I get home, I need a place to relax. But on weekends, instead of my sunroom, I just call it my son's room. A lot of love goes in an Architect sunroom. Call Architect of Central South Carolina today and schedule a free consultation with one of our personal design consultants.
At Atkins Law, we help injured workers and their families. People always ask what sets us apart. We're local and we focus on customer service. If you've been hurt on the job, call us because who you hire matters.
I'm Chip from Palmetto Citizens. I help people safeguard their futures with retirement accounts. I'm also our head of going the extra mile. They say when your job's your passion, you never work a day in your life. Have a great day.
SEC Media Days, sponsored in part by Wesco Brew and Bowl in West Columbia, in the heart of Casey. Bowling lanes, arcade games, also a full-service restaurant and 2 bars. Open Sunday through Thursday till 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday till midnight.
Welcome back in. It is SEC Media Days, day 1 of 4, split duty. Yours truly in Columbia this year. Terry down in Tampa, trying not to get caught in a tropical storm. Right?
I'm a tropical storm chaser. It's like Helen Hunt and I.
Oh, you can move. Well, you just want to be in the boat with Helen Hunt. Chasing.
So, and what's wrong with that?
Well, nothing. That's fine. That's fine. Just don't tell the
I
missus.
think
No, let's move on before we get ourselves in trouble. And we have a family man as a guest here who doesn't want to hear about your trying to chase and hunt around the Gulf of Mexico. So he is.
I think Tony Barnhart will respect
my when it came out July that whatever year it was, it might have been whatever year it was. But we watched Twister every single year.
Nice.
And of course, I want to see Helen Hunt.
Of course.
I'll admit it.
Of course.
Why would I not? Why would I not admit it? Helen Hunt's great.
She is.
Oh,
she is.
man.
I guess that means Tony Barnhart is also a big Mad About You fan. I don't know. We'll talk 90 sitcoms and other things on another visit with Mr.
Hey, Jay.
Yes.
Jay, Tony's retired now. He don't like to talk college football
Well, that's
anymore.
true.
We have to talk about other stuff now.
That's right. That's
We've
true.
been doing this for 50 years, man. He wants to move on and talk Helen Hunt and some pop culture.
Well, I'm here for that as well, as we all know. But then I'll just get down that rabbit hole. We don't climb back out. And next thing you know, it's time to go to another break. So let's get into a little bit. Now, it is great to always have Tony. And I miss seeing you, sir. I know I've been seeing you almost every summer for, I don't know, it's a couple of decades. But back
Jay, I can't believe you're letting me run the SEC meetings without you.
Well, somebody had to do it, so it was your turn. I'll do it.
All right.
When you finally decide to stop going, I'll make sure I take the mantle back up and we'll run with that one. But first off, let's just jump into I think one of the biggest headlines of the day, Tony, and that was Greg Sankey being asked about whether or not the so-called Plan B, a breakaway, was a legitimate possibility or more of a threat to those who are trying to alter the state of college football or college athletics. And he said, no, it's real because there's a lot of frustration. How did you read into that?
Absolutely. I've been talking to people about this for a while now, and it is. They call it Plan B. I call it the nuclear option. Okay, that's when nothing else works. You can't get anybody to work with you, and you're being asked. If you're Greg Sankey, you're being asked to give away a good chunk of a store for the sake of everybody can have a kumbaya moment, and that's not the way this works. And so, yeah, I absolutely believe the commissioner when he says you have to have that option on the table, or you can't negotiate.
Tony, out of all these things that's annoying the SEC, because we were going over this list earlier, it's not like one or two things, it's multiple things. Out of all these multiple things, which one do you think is the biggest of all?
Revenue sharing. I explained it to somebody this way. You have your television worth is $100 million. My television worth is $50 million. So I come to you and I say, well, why don't we just pool our resources? And then that way you'd have $75 million, and I'd have $75 million. And so that'd work for you. Wouldn't that work for you? Okay, because you give away. The SEC has had to work extremely hard to get to where they are, to this behemoth that we call the Southeast Conference. That didn't happen overnight. It was built. And what you're doing for the sake of trying to get everybody together, you want me to give up 50% of my worth. And I have to draw the line somewhere. And oh, by the way, remember this. Greg Sankey does not work for the athletic directors. He works for the 16 SEC presidents. And that's what he's doing the job. And that's what the presidents are going to demand of him.
Along those lines, Tony, let's go back to Jim Delaney and the late, great Mike Slive, who built their networks and got a lot of this and then, of course, built everything else up within their conferences. And now it's Tony Petitti and Greg Sankey running it. As the other conferences and other leaders and even politicians look at it, they can't go, I have to think that the SEC and Big Ten are saying, y'all understand, to your point, Tony, y'all understand we built all this, right? I don't quite get where maybe some others are coming from if they look at the SEC and Big Ten as being, dare I say it, selfish.
Well, and you've got politicians. Congratulations to Senator Cruz and Maria Cantwell. Thank you, Maria Cantwell. I mean, congratulations to what they've done. But again, Greg Sankey didn't work for them, and so you've got to take care of. You just can't. I remember you talk about Jim Delaney. Jim Delaney was trying to explain to people why he didn't want these schools playing in the Rose Bowl because we built the Rose Bowl. We gave it its value, and now you're trying to give all that away.
Tony, we're talking to Tony Barnhart, Mr. Football, here on the Post Game Show. Terry Ford, Jay Phillips, live from SEC Media Days 2026 in Tampa at Digital Drive. I like Media Row better, Tony. Digital Drive. As we look at this right now, another problem is this. I guess the SEC, Greg Sankey thought he had a gentleman's agreement with Tony Petitti to go to 16 teams. Then Tony Petitti shows up with, hey, let's go to 24. It's going to earn 24. And the SEC obviously does not want to go that far for a variety of reasons. What would it take for the SEC to say, okay, we'll go to 24 in your mind? What is going to be the meat in the middle to get Greg Sankey and the SEC to step up to 24?
You've got to show that it makes sense financially, and it also makes sense from a logistical standpoint. How deep into January are we going to go? Are we going to go to February like the NFL? Play our national championship game. So I think that's a big part of it. And the game with 24, I have people telling me that the coach want it. Well, of course the coaches want it. It's all about the Job Security Act of 2027. Okay, so I can understand why the coaches want to do it, but they got to look out for the quality of the game. And so we'll see. I have people tell me that they've talked to all the coaches and all the coaches want it. But again, there's a reason that they want it.
Sure.
It gives them job security.
Talking to Tony Barnhart here as we are day one of SEC Media Days 2026. Let's get into some of the football. The business can take care of itself, and we'll have a lot more on that, but I only got you for a few more minutes. Let's start here in Columbia before we branch out a little bit. Shane Beamer, year 6, hires Kendall Briles to come fix this offense and get Lenora Sellers going again. You got the best edge rusher you've had since Jadeveon Clowney, and yet still questions swirl around the Gamecocks. What do you look at, as maybe a ceiling for Carolina in 2026, and then B, what it's going to take to make sure that Shane Beamer has that Job Protection Act of 2027 and he's still around?
Lenora Sellers has got to stay healthy. He's got to. He is a guy that he is a difference maker. He can change the game very easily. So he's got to change it right away. And so I think we saw 2 years ago what South Carolina could be, and they had a good finish to the season. So I'm kind of anxious to see where it turns out. But yeah, Lenora Sellers he's got to be able to go the distance.
Hey Tony, what team are we not talking enough about in the SEC for 2026?
I think it's 20. I think Texas A&M. Obviously, they got an undefeated start, lost to Texas at the very end, so they did not end well. And they've got the quarterback back, and I think they've got Marcel Reed. They've got him back, so I think that's a team that has a chance. I think it's Texas, Georgia, Ole Miss, LSU, Oklahoma. That's where I've got them right now, and so we'll see, but that's Texas A&M is. I just think Mike Elko's a really good football coach.
You mentioned Texas and Georgia at the top. I don't get a vote this summer because I'm not there, but if I did, I would pick Georgia because Georgia is still undefeated against Texas since the Horns joined the league, and until I see Texas, supplant UGA, I'll be voting for Kirby and the guys. But where are the subtle differences? How much of a gap is there in your mind between what Sark has coming back and what Kirby has coming back?
Kirby's problem at Georgia is they do not have the big play wide receiver that you have to have. And obviously you've got a generational quarterback, and they have surrounded him with a lot of talent. So the thing about Georgia is they don't have the explosive plan. Now they're going to be able to run the ball, and I am a firm believer in Gunnar Stockton. And I think they're going to be there. I think it's Texas and Georgia in the SEC championship game, and Texas wins.
All right. Before you go, let's talk about what Tony Barnhart's up to. You're writing a book. You got all this free time now. You're writing books. Talk about what you're doing now.
Well, I for the most part, I've finished the book. The book is Mr. College Football, 50 Years of SEC Memories. And it's just my memories from covering SEC football for 50 years. I did a lot of fun things as I was getting ready to write the book. I went to the Texas A&M Midnight Yell the night before a home game. That was on my bucket list. I did that. I spent an afternoon with Barry Switzer at the Midway Diner in North Oklahoma. Did that. Had a dinner thrown for our wives, Coach Spurrier's wife, Jerry, and my wife, Marie, are best buddies. And they threw us a reception in Gainesville, Florida. Oddly enough, at Spurrier's Gridiron Grill, and it was and that was a lot of fun. So this has been a special. It's not about the best players and the best coaches and the best games I've ever seen. It's about stuff that means something to me on a personal level, and it has, and it was a real joy to write. And yeah, all. Spring.
Fantastic. We always appreciate you dropping in and hanging out with us, my man. Too bad Jay wasn't here in person like always.
All my friends at Columbia, just say hello to them.
Yeah, we'll do it for you. And I look forward to having you back on to talk about that book. Can't wait for it. I'm dead serious. I can't wait. And I don't know how you covered the league for 50 years when you're only 53 years old, Tony. So.
Isn't it amazing?
It's bizarre. As a 3-year-old, it's the first time he ever trolled the sidelines.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thanks, Tony. Appreciate you.
Thank
man.
you very much, Tony. We appreciate it. Mr. College
All
Football,
right, guys.
thank
Take
you.
care.
Good stuff. All right. I think we have somebody else coming soon there,
All right.
Mr. Ford.
Yeah, excellent. I will take it back to you. Yeah, we're tracking down Mark Rogers from the Sports Channel Oklahoma City Sooners. That was today. We're going to get Mark on here and yap some Oklahoma football
All
coming
right. Lots to do on the first day of Media Day 2026. Dan Terry, postgame.
Thanks, man.
All right, welcome back in. Media Days rolling on. Jay Phillips in Columbia, Terry Ford in Tampa, Mark Rogers joining us now down on the renamed Radio Row. What'd you say it was called this year?
Digital Drive, Mark. Isn't that what this is called?
Digital Drive. I think it got renamed Digital Drive about 3 years ago.
Yeah, I think
it's
it's been longer
Digital
than
Drive.
this year, but I just, you know what? I'm old and I've been doing it for a while. It's still Radio Row. I don't want to call it
It's
Digital
Radio
Drive.
Row.
Digital Drive.
I hope the podcast will show us some respect.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? At some point in time, they've kind of taken over, so they should have a, look out for the old guys.
That's right. We like
well,
Radio Row.
I don't think it'll happen, but we'll see. Mark Rogers with us, sports animal in Oklahoma City. Mark, just want you to know, by the way, that Eric on you into talking about Sooner football. He really just wants to talk about the Thunder. He doesn't want to talk about the Sooners. He just wants to. He never gets to talk about the NBA around here because this isn't really an NBA town, and so he's just joking.
Right.
So just humor him, even if you have to do it off air at some point.
I need a guy to talk hoops with me, dude.
Yeah,
Oklahoma City was such. I've been on the air so long. Oklahoma City was not at all an NBA market, and one of my first partners loved the NBA. It was, the consultant would have said, "Don't ever mention the NBA. Nobody cares." But Thunder basketball has really overtaken Oklahoma City.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy how.
But I imagine the Sooners still get a little love. No, I
yeah, just a little.
I kid because I care. Big year last year, obviously, and maybe Oklahoma almost back to where that fan base expects them to be. How difficult will it be in 2026 to not only replicate a playoff appearance but advance under Brent Venables?
You guys got to help us out. I mean, we're new to the SEC, so we really don't know how this whole thing works. Last year, OU won 2 games by kicking 50-yard field goals, and I was reading on the way down here, and Alabama outgained Oklahoma by over 200 yards on the ground and lost at Tuscaloosa last year. So I don't know how that stuff happens, but I think just looking at OU, they'll be better than they were last year. They're going to be better on the offensive line. They started freshmen last year. They were highly recruited and highly touted, but those guys are going to be better. They lose a little depth on defense, but they've got a bunch of star power back on that side of the football. And so you tell me, if in the olden days you're in the Big 8, you're better than last year, we're going to win more games. But this year they have a difficult schedule. Every week is difficult. Are they going to get the breaks? If they get breaks like they did last year, then I think that they've got a really good chance to have a 10 or 11 win season. If they don't get the breaks, it'll be like 7 or 8. And I was just listening to Josh Heupel talk, and after leaving Knoxville last year, the Tennessee fans are all upset. Oh, I don't know about Heupel and all this stuff, and he's won in the top 5 of Power 4 coaches in the last 5 years at Tennessee. So it's just hard to win. And I think this OU team's going to be really good, but they've got to go to Georgia, then they've got to play Texas, then they've got to play A&M at home, they've got to play South Carolina at home, they've got to play Mississippi at home, they got to go to Florida, who's beaten 2 teams and kept them out of the college football playoff in the last 2 years, in Mississippi and Texas. So I really don't know. It's new territory for Oklahoma because they're used to being in a league where they have 2 or 3 tests a year and they win most all their games.
It's funny because they were 4-1 in one-score games last year.
Yeah.
To your point, they had a lot of good fortune, and usually year to year that doesn't stick, right? It's almost like the football gods give it to you 1 year, next year screw you over. How important? And I'm thinking on a scale of 1 to 10, it's a 12, obviously for the offense. Keeping that John Mateer guy healthy, because you keep Mateer. He was a different player earlier in the year than after he got hurt. He wasn't 100%, and he just wasn't the same guy.
It was a fluke injury too. He had his thumb on the helmet of a player in the Auburn game and finished the game. And I think he said, I tried to come back too early. I think he really wanted to play in the Texas game. He'd heard so much about it, and he's a competitor. But that thumb injury really bothered him the rest of the year. He's going to have a better offensive line. I think they're going to have a better game plan for him because they recruited 3 tight ends in the portal. In the spring game, they had tight ends in the backfield. And so I think they have convinced themselves you have to be able to run the football in the SEC, especially if you're a Venables coach team, because it complements the defense. It's going to keep those guys from getting too many snaps and stay on the field. So there's a lot of differences this year. I think Mateer is a natural leader. I'm not sure his skills are all
wrapped up into what the perfect quarterback would be. But I think he knows how to win games, and I think he's a tough kid. So I think OU's quarterback play, I don't think it's going to be the best in the conference at the end of the year, but I think it's going to be good.
Talking to Mark Rogers from the Sports Animal in Oklahoma City today was OU's turn. In fact, Brent Venables, the first coach of the 16 to hit the podium today down at the Marriott in Tampa. Amongst the things that Coach talked about today, too, was the program itself. And Jim Nagy is now the general manager, and he talked about sharing those responsibilities. OU has obviously always been one of the great powers in college football, knows how to recruit, knows how to use its resources. But how different are those dynamics now, Mark, to keep Oklahoma where that fan base expects them to be, with Brent doing his thing? Joe Castiglione is gone, and what a master AD he was. And now here's Jim Nagy. How different is it when everybody wants the result to be the same?
Well, I think Joe Castiglione was a guy that had a lot of respect for the rules. And so he wasn't going to delve into certain areas that I think people were immediately when NIL happened. Some schools, they had no regard for, it's got to be name, image, and likeness. Well, no, it really doesn't. We're just going to pay these guys.
Right.
No one cares. And so I think that when they brought in Jim Nagy and towards the end of Joe C, before he announced his retirement, is, hey, the rules are they're not rules. So we've got resources. We need to go out there and spend some money, and we need to be able to do things the right way. I think hiring Nagy was a great move. It's caused a little bit of, I think, consternation with the coaching staff, who was used to doing all the recruiting on their own. Now they've got an entirely different department that's doing things. A lot was said last year about Jaden Ott, is that Oklahoma had a really good running back room. They went out and got him and paid him some money when they might not have needed him. He came in, he got hurt. It was just was kind of an odd situation between what's new and what's kind of old school. But I think Nagy's done a great job. I think he's a huge asset to OU. So I think that's worked out pretty well. And where OU was behind for a while, I think they've caught up and are now on the level with most everybody in college football, not named Tech or Miami.
Mark Rogers with the Sports Animal in Oklahoma City here at 2026 SEC Media Days in Tampa. Post-game show, Jason Columbia, Terry Ford hanging here on the Bay. It's a rough life, Mark, on the Bay here. Last thing for you, from me, Brent Venables. People, even in Oklahoma, are all over the place about him. It's like, yeah, this is the guy. Oh, no, he's a great recruiter, great defensive coordinator. Don't know if he's going to be a great head coach. They've had 2 really good years. They've had, in between it, a 6 and 7. And before that, he's had another losing season. Where are you at with Venables?
Well, he called the plays on defense last year, and it seemed to work. I mean, it takes a while to go from Lincoln Riley's defense to Brent Venables' defense, because there's just no comparison between those, the way practice is run, the way the program is run. So I give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he's learning how to become a head coach. I think there was a transition for him. He's better at dealing with the media. I mean, he's gone from answering questions in 20 minutes to 10 minutes. And I do think he's gotten better. And I think he really is a great defensive mind. I mean, he makes things tough on offenses. He's a hard worker. He's going to make them watch a ton of film, and you got to know what you're doing to get out there in the field. So if they get the bounces this year, fine. If not, I think there'll be some more questions.
Mark, real quick, I got one more question for you.
Sure.
Here in South Carolina, of course, Carolina plays Clemson every year. They haven't been in the same conference for 55 seasons, but I can assure you there would be a revolt across the street from us. We are literally across the street from the state capitol. If Carolina and Clemson were to not play one another, you guys out there don't have the Bedlam game right now. What's it going to take to get it back? And are people missing it? Or is it just like,
It's probably going to take a playoff game to happen because Oklahoma has the Texas game, which is neutral every year. So they're never going to have more than 4 SEC home games in a season. And so if they had the game, I think it would have to be Oklahoma State coming to Oklahoma. And I think the excitement of the SEC has been so much for Oklahoma fans that they don't miss the Bedlam game. Oklahoma State didn't have a ton of success in it, and they've been kind of down this year, so I don't think they missed the Bedlam game right now. If you saw both programs really step up and be good at the same time, which is what they were when they both left the Big 12, then I think you'd hear a little bit more about it. But I don't think we're going to see that game anytime soon unless we have some kind of different restructuring of college football, which could always kind of be waiting around the corner.
It's just kind of weird for us over here to see a game like that go away, but I get it. Good stuff, sir. Appreciate it. Terry, I'll let you take it out.
Appreciate you, Mark. Thanks,
Terry.
for popping
Always good
in
to
for
see you.
us. My buddy Mark from the Sports Animal in Oklahoma City. And we'll bug you tomorrow when it's South Carolina Day, man. All right, Mark
Look forward
Rogers
to
with
talking
us from the Sports Animal in Oklahoma City, live from 2026 SEC Media Days, Radio Row. Terry Ford, Jay Phillips. It's a post-game show on the game.
Mom and Dad just gave us permission to give away free HVAC systems, and I have this crazy idea.
Hi, I'm Roy.
I'm Joey.
And I'm Jason. You heard us right. We're giving away multiple free units. If you believe you have the oldest HVAC system in the Midlands,
Scan the QR code or visit the website below.
Do you see this room? During the week, it's the place that keeps me calm. I'm usually on the go Monday through Friday, and by the time I get home, I need a place to relax. But on weekends, instead of my sunroom, I just call it my son's room. A lot of love goes in an Architect sunroom. Call Architect of Central South Carolina today and schedule a free consultation with one of our personal design consultants.
At Atkins Law, we help injured workers and their families. People always ask what sets us apart. We're local and we focus on customer service. If you've been hurt on the job, call us because who you hire matters.
I'm Chip from Palmetto Citizens. I help people safeguard their futures with retirement accounts. I'm also our head of Going the Extra Mile. They say when your job's your passion, you never work a day in your life. Have a great day.
SEC Media Days, sponsored in part by Wesco Brew and Bowl in West Columbia, in the heart of Casey. Bowling lanes, arcade games, also a full-service restaurant and 2 bars. Open Sunday through Thursday till 10 p.m. Friday and Saturday till midnight.
All right, welcome back in. Final few minutes of our first hour. So much coverage to come as SEC Media Days is underway. Oklahoma and Missouri were the morning session. Kentucky and Tennessee this afternoon. Josh Heupel speaking earlier in the hour. UT head coach. In fact, get the Vols in Columbia. It's been a couple of years. It's kind of weird to have not played Tennessee and Georgia, and they both will make their return to Columbia this season. So that'll be fun. Terry, it was weird. I wanted to squeeze that last question in with Mark Rogers. And he makes an interesting point that rivalry. And look, I mean, Carolina won 5 in a row, and then Clemson won like 7 in a row. I mean, the Gamecocks and Tigers have had their literal ups and downs. I mean, back in the 90s, I think Carolina won 3 straight in Clemson, and can technically do that again if they went up there this season. But regardless of who's playing better than the other guy or whatever here in South Carolina, like I said, there'd be some kind of statewide revolt if they didn't play. And I understood Mark's reasoning that it's just not that great a rivalry, and maybe neither one of them really miss it. But I can't quite fathom that,
I'll say this: I think Oklahoma State misses it more because again, Oklahoma's got Texas, got the State Fair game, right?
Yeah,
and that's really what Oklahoma geeks up for. That's their big recruiting ground. They want to go to the State Fair and beat Texas. The Oklahoma State thing is like for Oklahoma, I think it's almost like going out in the driveway, brother at hoops all the time. You know what I mean? It's like after a while you get bored, right? You're kicking the crap out of him, and your little brother's trying to beat you to become relevant. I think Mark makes a point. Oklahoma fans don't miss it, but I think Oklahoma State fans miss it because who's their rival now, Jay? Exactly. You answered it for me. That's the answer. So I think the Oklahoma State people, even though they don't want to say it out loud, they miss it. Oklahoma goes, we're in the SEC and we got Texas at the State Fair every year.
Yeah,
Whatever.
but I mean, I get it. And I suppose when South Carolina joined the Southeastern Conference, it would have been different in terms of how things were. But I can't imagine South Carolina going, we're in the SEC now. We don't want to play Clemson.
All right, but let me give you this one. Let's just take this for fun. Let's say South Carolina and Georgia played every year in Jacksonville,
right?
Like Texas and Oklahoma does. Let's say that South Carolina, Georgia became a big, gigantic game every year of national consequence.
Yeah.
Then the Clemson game doesn't matter as much. South Carolina doesn't have that other. Like Clemson doesn't have that other.
Right.
They have each other.
Right.
I think that's the difference. Is Oklahoma has Texas. I
Yeah,
really
that's
think
fair.
that
No,
is.
that's a great point, man. And of course, I can't imagine Georgia not playing Tech, and yet that's a one-sided one. But I can't, so I don't know. But anyway, I just
I agree.
Let
me be honest with you. I agree with you in theory that first of all, Bedlam's a cool name. Let's
Right.
get that out of the way. It's a
Right.
cool name.
Right.
And two, you would think that is just you want it because you're in the same state. It's big brother, little brother, whatever you want to call it. They want to play because it's there. It just for you and I to sit here and go, it just feels natural, right?
Yeah.
But then Mark will tell you, well, not so much.
I
from
guess
the
not.
Oklahoma
I
side.
guess not. That's why I wanted to ask. So good stuff. Lots more to do. Our great friend Charles Bloom is here. Not only has Charles been helping run things in Carolina athletics for more than a dozen years, he helped run the Southeastern Conference for a long time before he came to Columbia. And he's going to share some SEC Media Days memories with us. That and so much more from Tampa and Columbia. Coming up.
SEC Media Days, sponsored in part by Wesco Brew and Bowl in West Columbia, in the heart of Casey. Bowling lanes, arcade games.
Integrated
also a
Media is ready to make
full-service
sure that all the
restaurant
football
and
you want to
tour
watch this coming season
open
is done
Sunday
in
through
ways that you've
Thursday
never
till 10
done
p.m.
before. Better than
Friday
ever,
and
bigger than ever,
Saturday till
louder than ever,
midnight.
whatever it is that you want, or maybe in places that you never thought you could watch, like, outdoors. Or maybe you want a TV, I don't know, wherever.
Yes,
We'll get it done for you. You dream it up,
sponsored
go
in part
install
by
it, put it in, and make
Wesco
sure
Brew
everything
and
is running
Bowl
right. Then you
in
can
West
control from an app
Columbia,
on your phone
in
or
the
tablet,
heart
pretty
of
much anywhere
Casey.
that you've
Bowling
got
lanes,
an internet
arcade
connection. I
games,
love what
also
they put
a
at our house. We
full-service
have outdoor
restaurant
systems as
and
well.
2 bars.
Built
Open
to be
Sunday
outside
through
all
Thursday
the
till
time,
10
even in our
p.m.
climate. When it's
Friday and
hot and
Saturday
rainy
till
or whatever else,
midnight.
don't worry about it. But when it's nice in the fall and you want to watch a ball game around the grill or the fire pit or the pool, you can get that done. One room, ball, indoors, outdoors. Again, you dream it, and the home theater dreams become reality with Integrated Media. 803-948-8327. Nobody better than Integrated Media. 4 o'clock on this Monday. Welcome back in. Second hour of the post-game show coming at you from the Herndon Chevy Studios in downtown Columbia and from the – are you at the JW Marriott right now or are you at the other Marriott? I don't know which one is which, where y'all are. So
We're in an undisclosed location, Jay. I cannot give out for security reasons.
Okay, well, I didn't ask where you were. You're in the Hillsborough County Jail. But beyond that –
tell anybody. You know, I knew I should have come back to Tampa. I haven't been here since the Ravens won in 2000. And I thought the statute of limitations was gone on all this stuff.
Hey, have you seen our Kentucky lottery winner guy? Is he in the Hillsborough County Jail?
Your boy from last year?
Yeah. If y'all don't remember that story,
it's a great story.
There's this guy, and I don't want to keep Charles waiting here too long, but Charles will love it. Charles Bloom is with us here, our great friend Charles Bloom from Carolina. But there was a guy from Kentucky last year. I say a guy, and he won. He didn't just win the lottery. He won like 9 figures. He did great. But he had I'm just going to be really, really polite. He had a checkered legal past.
That's a nice way.
Yeah, it was rough, man. So anyway, right? He wins the lottery, and he takes his like current girlfriend down to some resort in like Clearwater or St. Pete somewhere, right? And it's not, it's nice, but it's not nice. But it had an inflatable water slide out front. Anyways, our boy who, again, checkered legal past, gets into a fight with some fellow patrons at the bar. The police are called, and our boy, it's getting so bad, he kicked a cop in the head. Okay? He just won the lottery. And he won, not only did he win, he won life-changing money for his great-great-grandchildren. And instead he's back in jail. But it was down there somewhere. So, but Terry, if you see him, tell him you said hey. Yeah.
I'll tell him you said hi.
Yeah.
Is he still in jail?
I don't know. I don't know exactly. I would think so, just because again,
you can't bail out.
I think he had some parole issues for real, and I think there's just certain things you can't do. And one of them is, look, if you kick just a civilian in the head, that's probably going to get you with a pretty good felony assault case. If you kick a police officer trying to break up a fight in the head, it's probably going to be worse. Yeah, I think that's probably it.
But the good news is making all that money made him smarter, getting all that money.
And he did. Yeah, he didn't seem like the sharpest tool in the shed, if you know what I mean.
No.
And again, checkered legal past was one way to put it, but I forget his name now. But we had some fun at his expense, unfortunately, last year. Anyway, so when Terry gets arrested this week, maybe he'll see him. Because it's not an if. It's not an if.
Take out a loan from him.
Sure. Well, sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure. All right. Anyway, Charles is with us, and we got the SEC Network on here. I want to get into this while we talk a little bit about media days, because first off, to let everybody know, Charles, of course, has been here at Carolina. Coach Tanner hired you away from the Southeastern Conference in 2012. And so it's been 14 years, but this summer, I guess, give or take, right?
I got hired. My first game was the Outback Bowl Jadavian's hit.
Okay, so later in the year. So there you go. So not long after Coach became AD, you got hired here. But before that, you were one of the most able lieutenants under the late great Mike Slive.
Very fortunate.
That's right. And I forget what summer it was. You might have to remind me. But there was Project X. That was the big talking point around the conference.
You're watching right now.
Yes, Project X, which became the SEC Network. We all knew what it was, and I was telling Terry the other day that Commissioner Slive, as you remember, had that great kind of wry smile on his face for a lot of different topics. But take us through a quick synopsis of what that kind of year was like for everybody inside the league.
Well, everything was top secret, and you bring in so many people around the league, from the different schools in the league and the conference office, and Chuck Gerber, our consultant in the SEC, and several others. And so everything was on the QT, working internally to get all the ducks in a row and everything. Media days obviously is a place, it's a fishbowl, so to speak, where everybody comes in and trying to get the latest greatest scoop. He does not want to give up the latest greatest scoop. And he did a very good job. He was very guarded and really kept it to the vest. But I do remember the one is, and I can't remember the incident. We were ready to announce the network in Atlanta, and there was a terrible incident, a shooting, and everybody, a lot of people had gotten to Atlanta, and the shooting took over the national landscape in terms of the news. And on a whim, he basically said, "This is not the time to announce the network." So everybody got in their car and got back on a plane and went back home. And then a month or two later is when we announced the network. But, it was one of the great projects. It really was a calling card for Commissioners Live. I mean, if you look back on the legacies, the SEC network will be one of his marks is the start of the network.
I mean, Charles, it's crazy. Like when that was first put out there, tell the truth. Did you expect it to blow up the way it has? I mean, every other conference has a network now or whatever, but the SEC network, it's just gigantic. It dwarfs the rest of it.
Well, we're very fortunate, I think to have a partner like ESPN and Disney to help, facilitate work and build it. It's the SEC office. We weren't in the TV business. We didn't know. I didn't know fiber from cereal, and so you bring in experts and people who know how to run and start a network, and that was a smart thing I think that he did was get ESPN and Disney involved. The schools were intricately involved. We took our time. We got all the research from all the schools. It really came out really well. The launch was outstanding, and we've grown ever since.
Yeah. But Terry's right. I mean, I imagine you thought, okay, we got passionate fan bases across the landscape, but at what point did it begin to? I don't know how much you remember about maybe internal projections before the launch relative
You're going to ask me about money.
Well, no. It's not so much. No, I don't really. I mean, I think revenue takes care of itself when you've got more viewers. But in terms of, hey, look, telling Disney or whomever and cable networks, cable outlets, I should say, around the Southeast. No, listen, we got some people. And you blew past, to Terry's point, you blew past all of those kind of
things. We had the help also too from our fans. I mean, if you remember, we had to get involved in our with our fans to, hey, call your cable company and tell them that you want the network, because there were some cable companies that were not going to take the network. So we got very fortunate, the power of ESPN, the power of Disney, the power of the SEC and our fan base. We were able to get the numbers, the viewership numbers, very quickly. We didn't have to wait a lot,
right?
And it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I'd say so. And then some. I mean, you even got the spinoffs, and they're just to make sure that everybody, Network Plus, and all those kind of things. So it's there's a day, Jay, and you and I don't know. I'll just say this: I'm older than a lot of the listeners, and so I remember when a TV truck pulled up at a game. It was a special game. Yeah.
And now the TV trucks don't even pull up anymore, right? Because all of our venues are fibered.
Yeah.
So everything, the expectation has changed.
Yeah.
It's every game is expected to be on. You're expected to be able to watch every sporting event, and so we've met that challenge and met it well.
Right. Go ahead, Sarah.
I was just saying, Charles, you've been around for a lot of this good stuff, man. The SEC network, obviously, you've seen SEC Media Days blow up into this gigantic, like Super Bowl week kind of convention for college football, SEC championship game. Out of all these things, when you were watching these things plan and grow, what now? They're all important. But which one's near and dear to your heart?
Well, they all are. I will tell you, Media Days has a special place in the heart. And, we, because for the longest time it was in Hoover. And there's, you have to, every Media Day is different. Every conference has different goals for their Media Days. And for us, it was an opportunity to grow the league from a, to get our message out and to get our brand out. And, people will probably, there are probably people laughing there today, how many credentials did you give out?
Mm-hmm.
And because we gave out a lot. But it was a opportunity to, that was one of the talking points is the passion and the growth of the league. And so we saw it grow. Media Days. I mean, championship games. I mean, the BCS is probably one of those others that I take special pride in. Post in the college baseball, the playoff, not the playoff, the tournament and the pitch clock and all that. People don't, we were involved in that.
Mm-hmm.
So, conference office work does allow you to get your hands dirty and get in there and do some good stuff. And with Media Days, it just grew. You remember we had a golf tournament.
Yeah.
Before
I never got to
expansion.
play because I did the midday back then, so I was always kind of jealous of those that did. But
it's ironic because I'm not a very good golfer. In fact, I'm not good at all. But I did unpack my clubs once a year, and that was to be a D player in a foursome at SEC for Media Day golf. But so those are the things, and the pride that when you see Media Days go like it is today, and the SEC network provides such an opportunity for the coverage of Media Days. We didn't have that,
right?
And so we just had a lot of people, a lot of fun, and it's we had it in Hoover, and when you think about it, it was one of the events in Hoover for the year.
Yeah,
and so the Winfrey, their staff was great. Sometimes the internet didn't work. Sometimes the air conditioner worked too good.
Sometimes.
And so, but at the end of the day, it was pretty cool, and you get to sleep in your own bed. You
guys
work an
did,
event
yeah.
like
We would stay at the hotel, but that's when I got to know Charles. In fact, I think I knew Charles for a couple of summers, Terry, before I ever learned that he was like me and like many listening, a proud alumnus of the University of South Carolina. I just knew him as that guy that works for the commissioner at Media Days. And one time I remember asking him, like, well, where'd you go to school? And he's like, I went to South Carolina. I was like, wait, what? So one of those kind of things. But the funniest thing about Radio Row at the old Winfrey was that it was attached to the Galleria Mall, and watching like these moms and daughters that were like on a weekend or a week's shopping spree in Birmingham. They came from wherever, Terry, and they're walking through Radio Row like they're on Mars or something, man. Like, what in God's name is happening? As I'm trying to go to Dillard's, they had this look on their face of something between shock, awe, and terror, and then they'd come back through like with their bags full of stuff, and like, okay, can we just navigate through here? Like, are we gonna, we're not gonna get mugged, are we? It's just a bunch of radio dudes, but. Anyway, a lot more to do with Charles, and he's going to hang out with us a couple of times this week, and we'll reminisce about a lot of things around Media Days and so much more. Terry is in Tampa this year, again, back in Nashville next summer. Yours truly in Columbia this summer, and missing it already. Again, it was weird this morning. I'll tell Charles about that. Lots more to do. Josh Heupel has spoken. Carolina goes tomorrow, as do the Georgia Bulldogs, back on the Gamecock schedule. The Vols back on the schedule as well, and two other Gamecock opponents today, Kentucky and Oklahoma. Plus, Greg Sankey with some very pointed comments about the future of college athletics, all coming up on the postgame show.
Mom and Dad just gave us permission to give away free HVAC systems, and I have this crazy idea.
Hi, I'm Roy.
I'm Joey.
And I'm Jason. You heard us right. We're giving away multiple free units.
If you believe you have the oldest HVAC system in the Midlands, scan the QR code or visit the website below.
Do you see this room? During the week, it's the place that keeps me calm. I'm usually on the go Monday through Friday, and by the time I get home, I need a place to relax. But on weekends, instead of my sunroom, I just call it my son's room. A lot of love goes in an Architect sunroom. Call Architect of Central South Carolina today and schedule a free consultation with one of our personal design consultants.
At Athens Law, we help injured workers and their families. People always ask what sets us apart. We're local and we focus on customer service. If you've been hurt on the job, call us because who you hire matters.
I'm Chip from Palmetto Citizens. I help people safeguard their futures with retirement accounts. I'm also our head of going the extra mile. They say when your job's your passion, you never work a day in your life. Have a great day.
SEC Media Days, sponsored in part by Wesco Brew and Bowl in West Columbia, in the heart of Casey. Bowling lanes, arcade games, also a full-service restaurant and 2 bars. Open Sunday through Thursday till 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday till midnight.
Welcome back in. The post-game show rolling on here on the first day of SEC Media Days 2026. Yours truly not there this summer. A lot of things logistically were going on. So I am here in Columbia. Terry is there, not yet arrested. That's good.
The key
Tyler-
word there is yet, sir.
I know. Well,
I have a plan. I have a plan.
I'm not concerned about, again, it's a win, not if. But Elijah's down there doing the morning show. Tyler is there through the midday. And we got plenty of coverage for you. Again, Shane Beamer tomorrow, Carolina players tomorrow, Kirby Smart in Georgia tomorrow. That's the Gamecock opponent that goes tomorrow. I think Auburn and Vanderbilt are the other two on the docket. And the great Catherine Switzer has helped us already in advance, making sure that we get Commissioner Sankey. He will be with us on Wednesday afternoon. Hopefully by then, Terry, you're not in jail and can talk to the commissioner. But
I've already cleared it with Commissioner Sankey. If something does happen and I unfortunately end up in some kind of holding cell, he is my go-to bail.
Oh, good. I'm sure he's really
Either Greg or Catherine.
Yeah, well, I say you're going to need Catherine on your side, right?
She's more powerful than Greg is.
Right? Yeah.
Yes, she is.
Yeah. So, there's no question about that. He runs the SEC. Catherine's been there a long time.
Yes. She started as a football officiating administrative assistant. Yeah. But she's great.
We love Catherine.
She's fantastic.
Yeah. And the patience of Job, as people say, right? It's great. Catherine, for those who don't, most of y'all would not know who Catherine is. Catherine is Greg's executive assistant and is with him every step of the way during all of his Radio Row interviews and everything that he needs to do down there. And she keeps him in line, but she sits patiently through every interview and just waits. But when Catherine stands up and gives you like the finger twirl, it's time to go.
It's over.
Yeah, it's not,
right.
and it's not a guideline.
No.
Right? It's not a suggestion.
Well, the one thing I will also tell you about Catherine is she knows my favorite food.
Okay.
And she runs the spring meetings.
Okay.
And for lunch, it'll be on the menu.
Nice.
Soup.
Good for you.
Any soup.
Okay. Good for you, man. So that's the perks of working. And you worked at the SEC for
17 years.
17 years.
No, wait, Charles. Any soup?
Most any soup.
Now, if I put split pea soup in front of you, you chugging that?
Absolutely.
Oh, Charles! Oh no!
See, Terry doesn't like anything green.
You don't like money.
Well, he likes money.
No, I work in radio. I don't like money.
Anything that was once living in green, not on the Terry Ford.
Yes. Oh, Charles.
Yeah. We were talking again. Charles Bloom was with us. Of course, now Charles is the director of communications with the Carolina Athletics Department and has been here since 2012, 2013. So you've been back and then coming back home, if you will, since you're again an alum of USC. But when you think back to when Mike Slive took over, and you mentioned that his legacy of the SEC network, media days, the BCS, the growth of that into the CFP, but what he left for Greg Sankey. I don't know if enough people, look, for a variety of reasons, people come and go. And it was, when Mike Slive was ready to move on, Greg was sort of handpicked, if I'm not mistaken. But by then, this had become a behemoth.
Yes.
Maybe unlike anything that even Roy Kramer might have envisioned, right?
Yes. So, Commissioner Slive hired Greg as their compliance director. Almost has through his first year as the commissioner. And you could tell that I call him Greg, but I call him commissioner. Yeah. I never called Commissioner Slive Mike.
Right.
But Greg and I worked together.
Yeah.
We went through some wars together. I mean, you get in the bunker together with someone and you find out who they are and what they're about. And Greg is about as grounded a person and smart. He's the smartest guy in the room. I remember, this isn't about smarts, but he came to Carolina as one of his first months as the commissioner. He comes to Carolina for a basketball, and I'm befriended a student who was big in the he was a big fan of the Gamecocks. He went to all the games, and you could. I think Austin was his name, and so I introduced Greg to Austin at the basketball game, and so at the end of the game, I get a text from Austin, and he says, "Hey, I'm at the beach volleyball match. Can you have Greg come over, or the commissioner come over?" And so Greg goes to the beach volleyball match.
All right.
And he says, jokingly, he says, well, not jokingly, but jokingly, he says, "I'm a commissioner of the people." And he gets in his car and he goes to see one of our beach volleyball matches, and he meets Austin, our student. Right? That's the kind of person he is. I mean, he's super, he's friendly, he's nice. I mean, until you have not to be,
right?
Until you're not.
He's incredibly accommodating, but Commissioner Slive always was too.
Yes, and I consider between Slive and Kramer, they're like second, third fathers.
Right.
I mean, they made such an impact on me. And so, Commissioner Slive, I mean, was a gentleman. He was intensely smart. He, gave you your time, gave you his time.
Mm-hmm.
And if you had an idea, no idea was a bad idea, but maybe it didn't work. He would say, "Hey, let's try something else." But it was Commissioner Slive, credit him with trying to get the baseball tournament games over earlier because he would be there until 2:00 some nights.
Right.
And it's like, we just can't, we can't have this going on.
Right.
So you cut the amount of time between the games. You did things. You started an hour earlier. That's all him.
Right.
Because he didn't want to be at Hoover Med at 2 a.m.
Well, who does?
Nobody. I didn't either.
The winning team, perhaps. That's about it.
Hey, Charles, real quick, we talk about Commissioner Sankey, or like you call him, Greg. Was it one of those where you knew he would be the next guy, or did that process had to play out? Or where you sit around going, yeah, once Mike Slive leaves, it feels like Sankey will be the next up?
Well, it never. When I was there, it was never discussed until the end of when I was there, and that's when he named Greg the chief operating officer. And you could tell you could see the reason. You didn't have to ask. You get told, "Hey, this is why he made the decision." And so, I remember our first staff meeting. Greg ran the staff meeting. We didn't have many staff meetings, but Greg had bought. He's a big John Wooden, and he bought everyone in the office a John Wooden book. I think it was called "Hurry but Don't Be Quick," or "Quick but Don't Hurry," and it was almost like a lessons from John Wooden. So, he gave those to all the staff. Greg did. And so you could tell that it's just a matter of time. Unfortunately, Commissioner Slive's health got in the way, but it happened sooner than it probably could have and should have. But Greg was the right guy, and the league is fortunate to have him as the commissioner.
No doubt. Lots more to do with Charles Bloom. We will hear a lot from Greg Sankey, who had a lot of things to say today about the direction that college sports are going in. It's a busy first day of media days. Terry's in Tampa, Jay in Columbia. It's the postgame show. Love telling you about our friends at Cato's Power Equipment. Anything you need to make your yard look a whole lot better, Cato's has it for you. Lawnmowers, edgers, trimmers, blowers, chainsaws, you name it. they've got it for you. And now, especially for those of you who do this for a living, the Catos Care Plan gives you a lot of peace of mind. You get priority repair scheduling, so when something goes down, they'll get you right to the front of the line to get it fixed quickly. You can schedule your annual mower service. They can even pick it up and deliver for you for a very nominal fee. You'll get discounts on parts, on rentals. If something's down for a little bit longer, you still need to keep working. They can get that done for you too, and reduce pricing for their existing customers. There are a couple of different levels. It starts at just $200 a year. So again, if you are in the landscaping business, this could be something that really makes a difference for you and your team. Check it out online, catospowerequipment.com. Whether you do it for yourself, whether you do it for a living, Catos for great sales, service, and advice. That's Catos Power Equipment.
This is Kale Wilson giving you a look at the traffic. A few accidents to report here. Got an accident in Orangeburg County on I-26 westbound at Highway 36 on exit 159. And then in Richland County, we have an accident on Farrow Road at Carotech Boulevard. And an accident in Richland County on Stone Ridge Drive at Greystone Boulevard. And then an accident on Lexington County on Highway 21 at Sailor Road. And then beware of the long-term road construction and on Bluff Road, Blythewood Road, Broad River Road, I-20 between exit 61 and exit 63.
All right, welcome back in. 4:36 on this Monday. I don't even know. It's Monday, right, Ter?
I think so. Yes.
How was the drive?
I'll check though.
By the way, how was the drive from Columbia to Tampa? Because like I told you, had I gone, I wouldn't have been with you. I would have been on an airplane.
No, you would have flown.
Yes.
You're not a good car traveler.
I'm a
So-
terrible car traveler.
Yeah, that's
but see,
why- that's why.
I admit these things. I admit these things.
You and I talked about this off the air Flyer Friday. It's like, A, you're a bad car traveler. So B, you make the driver miserable because you're a bad car traveler.
Yes.
So I was totally saying,
Even
yes,
if I'm
you
the
need to
driver.
fly.
Even if I'm the driver.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
Yes.
So I can
So-
make myself miserable when I'm driving. Yeah, I assure you.
So me, man, that 7.5 hours was cake.
Oh, God.
That doesn't bother me. I just put on my little playlist of songs. That was good. I even took a nap. I put on cruise control and took a nap. That was good.
Did you go through Orlando? Did you go on 4?
No, yeah, I broke off right before 4 and took off. I forgot which.
You take
it took me like 10
did you-
different roads.
Did you take 75 down there, or did you go 95 down and then go that way? Or did
It
you-
was weird. It
or did
hit
you go
95 for a bit, and then took me to 75 before it was over with.
Okay, so you probably went across Florida above Orlando and then down
I
to.
went through somebody's backyard. I went through some alleys. It was kind of weird, but it got me here like 7 hours and 19 minutes or something.
All right. Oh, that's
And
again.
of course,
so-
the speed limit was optional for me. I was in the station vehicle, so what do I care?
I'd have flown. I'm not even making that up. I'm not kidding. I would not. That's just no. I would not have.
I
done it.
know.
I would not have
I
done it.
know.
I would not have.
I
done it.
know.
There
When you
were- there
in the
were
car
some
with
people-
Gunner,
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Didn't you drive to Nashville with Gunner?
No, I flew, man.
Oh, you flew. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you
no,
drove with
no, I flew to Nashville.
Next year's Nashville.
I'll be flying.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was. I flew. We obviously we all flew to Dallas. And I'll
Yeah, that
drive-
turned out well, Jay. That turned out well.
At least hey, it was better than driving, I think.
Oh no, sir, no.
Yeah, no, we had
Sleeping in a bleeping airport is not better than
Yeah,
driving.
we had an experience. It was not our
was a
not of
thing,
our own doing, but
no, not our fault.
no,
no.
storms made some differences that we didn't like. But I'll drive to Atlanta, and I'll even be nice to drive to Birmingham when it's back in Birmingham, if it ever goes back to Birmingham. I'm not sure that it's going to at this point. But Nashville, I flew Terry Ford.
Okay.
Yeah, I flew, and chances are real good that as long as I can go next summer, I'm not. That's a long way, man. I'm not driving that. I'm not driving that. Yeah, I did drive. I was like, "Why are you driving?"
That's right.
No.
That's right. Gunner drove.
No, dude, no,
That's
no, God, no. I hate driving. I'm serious. I hate driving.
I
Anyway,
know you do.
Charles is with us here. Again, he's been at Carolina now for 13, almost 14 years. Wow, long time, man. Long time. How things going? I mean, there's a lot that's been happening, and we'll get into some details next time we talk to Jeremiah. But you're working for another athletics director now. But I imagine that you are helping him as much as he's doing anything else, because you've without sounding too you've seen things.
It's college athletics in today's world is a lot different, and it's taken. You have to learn a lot, and you learn by doing. I think everybody knows what the differences are. I mean, there's the NIL, there's rev share, there's increase of fundraising. There's develop new revenue streams, and we have the Nike changeover what would happen, and so I think it's a busy time, and we shouldn't probably be saying this in July, but it is in July, and we're churning it out. We're getting things done, and so really you get your vacation time when you can, right? And you get ready for SEC Football Media Days is the unofficial kickoff. And I can't remember the date, but we have our media day, and then we have our media golf tournament,
right?
And then we have the first day of practice, and so everything lines up perfectly to the first game, and here we are.
Yeah, it is moving quickly. Let's go back to media days and some of your experiences, because we were talking off air, and Terry and I have talked about some of these things. Again, I've been going almost every summer since 2004. Hate that I'm not there this year. Again, this morning was really kind of surreal for me personally, but regardless, we've had some storylines, and I'm curious, whether it was the year that let's take the Philip Fulmer year, the summer where there were some things going on in the state of Alabama against the Tennessee coach, and he decided not to go. Now, I'm curious as to what conversations would have been like within the conference office, knowing there was a larger story brewing.
So, we had gotten word that he wasn't going to come, and it was on advice of his legal counsel on the potential that he would receive a subpoena, which he eventually got during media days. But you work with it, because the commissioner handles all that. I mean, I'm not going to get on the phone with the coaches, hey, please come. He said, this is what's going to happen. And a speakerphone work, yes, it can, and so if you see pictures of speakerphone at the front of the table and everybody around it, they cut me out because I'm in the back I'm behind it, narrating or moderating these calls and questions. The league is when you're it was always described to me, when you're at the top of the mountain like the SEC is, it's easy to come after you.
Yeah.
And so all these things that happen, and this is one of those things that happened, and you say, oh my gosh, just another target. And but you go through it, and you there's so many other positives and things that happen, and it all worked out.
What was it like for Mike Sly being an attorney and a judge to help and not offer advice, but did that make a difference in how he was approaching it with Coach Fulmer?
Well, he's also very empathetic.
Okay.
And so he understood what was happening. I wasn't privy to the conversations that were happening.
Yeah.
But he understands, and not only did he understand what Coach Fulmer was going through, but he understood what I was going through.
Yeah.
And so we make it work.
What's another fun? What's one that Charles Bloom likes to recall?
Well, I think there's several. They're on the same day that. So Coach Fulmer ended up coming, and he got a subpoena.
Mm-hmm.
On the same day, Nick Saban's dog got loose at the Winfrey, inside the Winfrey Hotel. On the same day. So what had happened, Coach Saban would basically, it was an annual deal for him. He would go to media days, and then he would go to his lake house. And so he just brought his dog into the hotel, and I guess with intentions of staying in a hotel room.
Sure.
But it went around the second floor of the Winfrey, and everybody's saying, whose dog is this? And you look at the nameplate, and it's got Saban on it. But that was one for the ages. And then I think everybody around here may remember when Coach Spurrier, we had a preseason All-SEC team that the coaches voted on. We created it with the intention of being a PR tool in advance of media days. So at media days, you had your media days poll and team, but this was a coaches team.
Right.
And so we had it all laid out as like, media days Monday. The week before, we had the All-SEC coaches team. We had the announcement of the players that would come. We had all that kind of laid out. So I didn't think anything of it, but we tallied up the votes of the coaches, and we listed the unanimous recipient on the team. And Tim Tebow was the All-SEC quarterback, but he was one vote shy of being All-SEC. So the media, every coach that went through the main media room was asked, who did you vote for All-SEC quarterback? And everyone said Tim Tebow until the last day. And Spurrier was on the last day. And so I remember I stayed at the Winfrey during media days week. And so at about 5 a.m., Steve Fink calls me and says, I've got Coach Spurrier for you. And so he calls and he says, Charlie,
I just want to let you know I changed my vote. and so we're even now, right? We good? We good? I say, well, it's not that easy. So when he got to the question, from on the main media room, he had to say who he voted.
Yeah. I think it was Jevin Sneed.
It was Jevin Sneed.
I thought so, yeah. Lots more to do with Charles Bloom. His first day of media days is rolling on.
Mom and Dad just gave us permission to give away free HVAC systems, and I have this crazy idea.
Hi, I'm Roy.
I'm Joey.
And I'm Jason. You heard us right. We're giving away multiple free units. If you believe you have the oldest HVAC system in the Midlands,
scan the QR code or visit the website below.
Do you see this room? During the week, it's the place that keeps me calm. I'm usually on the go Monday through Friday, and by the time I get home, I need a place to relax. But on weekends, instead of my sunroom, I just call it my son's room. A lot of love goes in an Architect sunroom. Call Architect of Central South Carolina today and schedule a free consultation with one of our personal design consultants.
At Atkins Law, we help injured workers and their families. People always ask, what sets us apart? We're local and we focus on customer service. If you've been hurt on the job, call us because who you hire matters.
I'm Chip from Palmetto Citizens. I help people safeguard their futures with retirement accounts. I'm also our head of going the extra mile. They say when your job's your passion, you never work a day in your life. Have a great day.
SEC Media Days, sponsored in part by Wesco Brew and Bowl in West Columbia, in the heart of Casey. Bowling lanes, arcade games, also a full-service restaurant and 2 bars. Open Sunday through Thursday till 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday till midnight.
bouncing out. So you can hear calls. All right. How's it going? Hop on. We're just you pop one, five, and let you go. Yeah. All right. Sounds good.
All right, welcome back in. Final few minutes of our second hour. Coming up next hour, plenty of sound from Greg Sankey, who had a lot of things to say today about the future of the SEC and potentially college athletics. Do that for you. A little bit more from Josh Heupel, Tennessee coach, and again, the Vols back on the Gamecock schedule, as are the Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia goes tomorrow. Tomorrow's Carolina's turn. Wednesday, Greg Sankey will be on the program. Looking forward to that, plus a lot of other things as the week rolls along. And again, we will do our very best to speak with Terry's public defender on the day that he is finally arrested this week for whatever transgressions, right? I mean, you don't even know what you're going to do yet.
I got a little multiple choice. I'm looking over. I'm thinking I got a bucket list for this kind of stuff. I got to check a box.
Well, just do something easy, public intoxication.
Oh, I've
like
been there,
that.
done that. Jeez, that's simple. Yeah. Well, man, I can't talk about that in my teen years. But I'll say this: if you need a ride real quick, just let me know.
Okay.
You just want to make sure that Schroeder's towing down there. Do you still have your car?
Maybe Schroeder's has a partnership with somebody down there.
Maybe you can help a brother out. Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Met some guys like at the National Towing Convention. They can see what happens for you when you finally do get in trouble. A few more minutes with Charles, and Charles is going to come back. Charles is going to bring a guest with him on Wednesday. We'll save that. So we'll say who that person is going to be on Wednesday's show. But Charles is kind enough to return, but sharing some stories with us. Again, Nick Saban's dog getting out. Philip Fulmer getting subpoenaed. That was always fun. Project X, we talked about the formation of the Southeastern Conference Network. Any other big things that Charles Bloom remembers or that might be in the Charles Bloom book one day?
Well, I'll probably have to
have you gone back, by the way? I mean, how many times have you gone back to Media Days since you've been
only
in
a
Carolina?
couple. Okay. I took Jake Bentley.
Okay.
Like I was going through some of my old pictures, and I have a picture of him and I together.
Okay.
I had to tell him, hey, I ran this.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
But that was great. I mean, it's always
because
good.
you brought him down to our table. I remember that.
It's always good, to see people witness it and be part of it, because it's an opportunity to tell your story to thousands of people. And to be honest with you, not only is the thousands of people that are there, but it's their listeners and their readers. And so, the history of the SEC is, goes back to the radio station that you listen, Saturday night when there's no TV, a weekly newspaper, so we always tried to make sure that it was an all-encompassing media event.
Right.
And, I haven't been in the last couple of years, but I hope it stays that way. Because there are in, our schools and our football programs and all of our programs are so popular, and press box is only so big. And so I understood that there was a lot of media that came to Media Days that may not be able to get to a game, right, and cover it. So, there's an opportunity for media to cover the league at Media Days. But it's a tremendous event, and just like all the other conferences, I mean, I can share. We used to work together as the conferences to come up with days so that we wouldn't step on each other.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have the ACC and the SEC on the same day, or vice versa.
Good stuff, sir. Appreciate you. We'll do it again on Wednesday for a little bit.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, lots more to do in our final hour.
Charles.
A lot of sound from Greg Sankey, and maybe a special guest that we know and love coming up. Keep it here.
MENS, Men's Clinic of South Carolina. Again, Dr. Dan and the staff, there to listen. They do free consultations. You call up and say, look, here's my issue. Here's my deal. I'm not feeling whatever the way I used to. We'll bring you in, sit down, listen to what's going on with you, do a testosterone test for you, and then put you in a program specifically designed for you to get you feeling right again. Whether it's lack of sleep, whether it's just the idea that you are not remembering things like you used to, don't feel as strong, don't have that zest for life you used to, they can help you out. 803-875-MENS, Men's Clinic of South Carolina. Just make the call, you sit, have a free talk. I'll be able to get you back to feeling like you again at the Men's Clinic of South Carolina.
This is Kale Wilson from the Schroeder's Towing Traffic Center giving you a look at the traffic here. Got an accident on I-20 at Clemson Road in Richland County. Got an accident in St. Andrews area, County on Stone Ridge Drive at Greystone Boulevard. And then slow traffic on I-26 westbound between exit 108A and exit 106. And we've got long-term road construction in Columbia on Bluff Road, Blythewood on Blythewood Road, Irmo on Broad River Road at I-26, Dutch Fork Road, Columbia on I-20 between exit 61 and exit 63, I-26 and exit 108, exit 105, and Blythewood on McNulty Street, Smith Road, and Main Street.
All right, welcome in. It's kind of headlines. We're going to get into some sound from Greg Sankey today because he made a lot of headlines. And Eli Drinkwitz has spoken today. No Mizzou on Carolina's schedule. Oklahoma and Kentucky have all been on the docket today.
Yeah, I'm here.
Terry is no, we got you, sir. You're good.
All right,
Terry,
I'm here.
Terry is in Tampa. Elijah's down there. Tyler's down there. Although I guess Tyler and Elijah are probably heading down to Lake St. Pete Beach by now. Leaving you all by yourself. Is that how that works?
Oh yeah, they're gone. They're out of here. Sure, they're done. They say they're quote unquote editing audio. Wink, wink. Editing audio. Yeah. Sure you are. At the bar at Bahama Breeze by the hotel.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
they're editing audio.
Bahama Breeze.
Dude, I have not eaten at a Bahama Breeze in 20 years. Right?
Okay.
'Cause we used to have one. We used to have one like not far from where I live in Baltimore. And so we get to the hotel and there's a Bahama Breeze right there. And we're like, well, let's go to the Bahama Breeze. I haven't been to Bahama Breeze forever. So we hit the Bahama Breeze and it's sitting there right on the bay.
Nice.
I mean, it's so cool. It's sitting right on the bay and they have a bar and they made us drink. And I was really against it, but they made us.
They made you.
They made us drink. And no, it was, I haven't done the, yeah, it was good, man. I got a little shrimp pasta thing. It was good.
Okay.
Very good.
Well,
Enjoyed myself.
what'd you drink? I don't care about what you ate.
Oh, of course, sweet tea. I mean, I would never drink alcohol. I'm against that.
Boring.
Look, man, you know me. I like my Coronas and my Modelos.
Yeah.
So I'm a Mexican beer guy.
All right. I got
I like my Mexican beer.
Kale Wilson is running Master Control. Kale, Dave has made us this nice big giant list. Cut number 3 is where I would like you to take us. This is going to be a little bit longer cut, but I think this has been the biggest news story of the day from the commissioner. So that'll be part of our integrated media lines. This is Greg Sankey being asked, hey, you guys have talked about what the future looks like with the Protect College Sports Act, but there's some things you don't like. And if you don't like it, there's a plan B, the breakaway. Is that a legitimate thing or more of a threat? Here's what Greg Sankey had to say.
When we've made decisions, we can only represent the decisions we've made. We have looked at travel, and whether that's the expansion in the early 90s, the early 2010s, or the most recent expansion, our longest journey when we were at 14 was Columbia, South Carolina to College Station, Texas. Now it's Columbia, South Carolina to Austin, Texas, which is 5 or 10 minutes on an airplane. So we have continued to think about travel. In fact, I think one of the advantages present for Southeastern Conference members, for coaches, and for our student athletes is you're not spending hours and hours and hours journeying cross country across 4 time zones to compete in your league. It's Eastern and Central time in 2 hours or less. So that's my answer to the travel piece. Is the legislation really what you're asking, what I would have drafted had I been given the pen solely? No, but that's part of the legislative process, the back and forth. Our feedback, the feedback that I identified, the common sense issues we've identified are an indication that we think there need to be adjustments made. And then the issue of custodianship. So usually the way that question is asked of me, it is asked, well, you're the commissioner of the SEC, and that's all you think about. And the SEC keeps me up at night. And it's why I have less hair and grayer hair than I had when I stood in this podium in Birmingham in 2015. But I've said over and over, there are situations and circumstances and decisions. Maybe that's not what the Southeastern Conference membership wanted initially, but we worked through our thinking because it was better for all of college sports. We pushed for a move away from equivalency scholarships previously. Those 1,200 full scholarships I talked about, they have to cost some money, but that's good for college athletes. That's good for Olympic athletes. The volunteer coach legislation we introduced, $300+ million settlement later, turns out that would have been a good idea for college athletics. I fully understand the responsibility that comes with this role.
I didn't understand it when I was commissioner of the Southland Conference in Division One, even though I had responsibility beyond the borders of my league. And I hope to be both, using the words I used earlier, influential and effective. Yes, unapologetically for the Southeastern Conference, but with a recognition that national competition, the ability to hold a national championship trophy up, compete against colleagues from different states in an equitable fashion, and achieve the mountaintop of a national championship, that has meaning. And we're challenged now to keep our focus on that reality. That's about, in part, being a custodian. And that is a responsibility I recognize.
So, Terry, he also went on to say the frustrations that bring them, in other words, people in the SEC, to the point of saying we should look at something significantly different. I do not believe that is a leverage point. He said, I think that's honest communication. The pushback across the country today, now listen, a lot of times just from cynical fans, is the SEC wants to take its ball and go home. But if you listen to that longer and more thoughtful answer from the commissioner, I think you begin to realize, hey, we have – and look, he doesn't need you or me to defend him here, but the evidence is real. We, the SEC, he said, have pushed for these things to make college sports better. But what he didn't say, Terry, one of the underlying themes here is we can afford it. We could do away with the equivalency scholarships, for baseball fans, the 11.7, but there were tons of teams that had half scholarships and such, volunteer coaches, basically these are grown men and women who want to get into the profession, but a school wasn't allowed to pay them because some schools couldn't afford to, but they wanted another position. And so they would literally volunteer and usually get paid like in summer camp money, like a high school kid or something. And the SEC pushed to do away with that. A lot of this is because they can afford it. But guess what, Tara? So can the Big Ten. So can the schools in the ACC, 12, and a select few others. And the commissioner's not wrong. We pushed for those things, and now they're pushing back on us to say we're doing too well. That, again, he didn't say it that way, but that's what he's saying.
Yeah, here's the thing, and I know people, SEC, SEC ball and go home, SEC this, SEC that. But remember, I say this all the time. Who's Greg Sankey paid by?
Right. And
He's
he said
paid by
that
the
right?
SEC.
Unapologetically, I'm working for the SEC. But
but my point is this. All right, the SEC right now is being asked, and Tony Barnhart made it very clear. You and I have said this, and Tony made it very in simple math that radio goofs like us will understand. I got $100 million, you got 50. You say to me, hey, dude, why don't we split it 50-50 at 75? And I'm like, wait a minute, I'm losing $25 million, and you're gaining $25 million. Yeah, that's fair, right? Yeah, but I'm losing $25 million. What the heck's fair about that? You've got the playoff. The SEC thought they had a deal with the Big Ten, and that's why the SEC went to 9 games. Because a 16-team playoff, all of a sudden Tony Petitti says, you know what? To get more of my teams in, I want a 24-team playoff. And, of course, the SEC and the Big 12 go, yeah, sounds great. We'll get more teams, too. So now you have a second thing. Now you also have this. You can't expand. Congress is trying to screw you from any kind of future expansion or quote-unquote super league status you might want to go to if you deem so to build your brand and to generate more revenue. So if you're the SEC, everybody's coming to you at all sides trying to take from you. And at some point, you go, well, wait a minute. Without us, what do you got? And the Big Ten could say the same thing. But the SEC is like, without us, what do you got? And I think it's natural when everybody's chipping away at you or everybody's trying to get over on you, you got to go, wait a minute, you forget that we're a pretty big deal around here. And maybe the fact that we've been, I don't know, whether it's cordial, whether it's collaborative, whatever, don't forget that we're a pretty big dog in this thing. And I think that's kind of where this is starting to lean a little bit, Jay, is wait a minute, everybody wants to take from us. We look out for ourselves, and we need to start looking out for ourselves better because it feels like nobody else is, and we get it. but it's our job to do what's best for our league. And right now, what's best for this league is they don't want to go to 24. They don't want to share their money, and they want to hold open the door. If they want to add more teams, they should be able to. So I get where Greg's saying.
I do too. And to the point you made about they don't want to share their money and they don't want to go to 24, the Big Ten doesn't want to share its money either, but they do want to go to 24. And so, and where that potential middle ground is, and you and I have talked about it a bunch, as have plenty of others across the country.
I forgot one other thing, Jay. But I forgot one thing. They want the SEC to give away at least $50 million a year by getting rid of their championship.
Yeah.
Forgot that part too.
Yeah, just give up $50 million, and again, that number would only grow as numbers continue to change, and we have inflation and things like that. Greg Sankey today, in his comments, also made mention of two things that I thought were very telling to further the point there that you just made, Terry. Number one, Southeastern Conference games account for more than 40%, 40, account for more than 40% of total viewership of college football in the United States every season. So by itself, you're almost at half. Not quite, but that's everybody else is 50-something%. You alone are more than 40% of total viewership in college football every season. And I thought this was great. And I could tell where he was leading up to, and I even said it out loud before he did, Terry. The Southeastern Conference at its football games averages more fans per event. This is at football games. Averages more fans per event than any sport on earth. I mean, that's including, big time soccer stadiums and big time rugby stadiums or cricket events or anything that's international. It's certainly bigger in terms of attendance, not viewership, but attendance of the National Football League, of the Premier League, of La Liga in Spain, Serie A in Italy, where you get huge crowds. And I'm not obviously knocking those. Terry, you know what a fan I am of European soccer, especially English soccer. But the truth is, the biggest stadium in England is Manchester United at around 75,000. That'll put you in the bottom third of the SEC.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that's where we're at. And that's the point, I think, of some of what Greg Sankey said today, is that, look, let's all just keep something in mind here. Yeah, we might didn't play for the last 3 national championships or whatever in football. Everybody wants to, have some fun with that and run off with their narratives. But let me give you some numbers about what we do. And, and that's kind of, I said this to you off the air, and I was talking earlier today with Tyler and Jack. Do I think that the SEC is going to break off or the SEC and the Big Ten will break off? I don't think so, because I really don't think they want to. But the more you poke the bear, dude.
Right. They don't want
to.
You're right. They don't want to. They don't want to. But again, if you're just going to come in and write a law that says give up a lot of your money and try to make it fair for other people, I mean, again, I'm going to say, no, Greg Sankey would certainly never say this, at least not out loud publicly. But how much of that is just plain old, again, my words, un-American? You're just taking from me? I worked this hard and you're just going to take it and give it to somebody else? Like, what is that?
And again, the thing about it is, again, I know what they're doing and why they're saying, and look, in theory, pooling the rights, yes, you can make more money. Yes, we see it in professional sports. But again, this is college athletics. This is college football. This is not professional sports. And there are people who have theirs who do not want to give it away to others.
Not when you've worked as hard.
Animal.
Not when you've worked as hard as they have to get what they've earned at this point in time. So we'll see. All right, lots more to do. We'll have more sound from Greg Sankey. Day 1 of SEC Media Days from Tampa. Rolling on.
Mom and Dad just gave us permission to give away free HVAC systems, and I have this crazy idea.
Hi, I'm Roy. I'm Joey. And I'm Jason. You heard us right. We're giving away multiple free units. If you believe you have the oldest HVAC system in the Midlands,
scan the QR code or visit the website below.
Do you see this room? During the week, it's the place that keeps me calm. I'm usually on the go Monday through Friday, and by the time I get home, I need a place to relax. But on weekends, instead of my sunroom, I just call it my son's room. A lot of love goes in an Architect sunroom. Call Architect of Central South Carolina today and schedule a free consultation with one of our personal design consultants.
At Atkins Law, we help injured workers and their families. People always ask what sets us apart. We're local and we focus on customer service.
Another hot one across the Midlands.
If you've been
AAA
hurt on the
heating and air
job,
ready to
call
help you
us.
and your family
Because
stay
who you
nice
hire,
and
that-
cool. If your current AC system is not doing what it needs to do, working really hard, maybe it's keeping you cool, but it's costing you a lot because it's you can also get this $100 system buyback rebate for paying right up front. And a 15-year parts and labor. That way you know what they are
I'm
installing.
Chip
It's
from
gonna
Palmetto
keep on running,
Citizens.
stand
I
behind
help
it.
people
They've done
safeguard
great
their
work to
futures
build
with
up home
retirement
through the
accounts.
years. Roy and Dana family
I'm
just want to
also
keep you
our
comfortable. That's
head of
what
going
they
the extra
do.
mile.
That plus
They say
electrical,
when your job's
generators,
your passion,
so much more. Whatever you
look
might
a day
need
in
to
the
keep your home running great and feeling great, 803
SEC Media Days, sponsored in part by
888.
Wesco Brew and Bowl in West Columbia, in the heart of Casey. Bowling lanes, arcade games, also a full-service restaurant and 2 bars. Open Sunday through Thursday till 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday till midnight.
All right, welcome back in. Day one of SEC Media Days rolling along. Yours truly, Jay Phillips, here in Columbia this year. Only the third one of these that I have not attended since 2004. And just to, again, full disclosure, full transparency, because that was one of the themes today, Terry Ford, transparency.
Transparency, baby.
We'll get into some of that. My family and I thought we might be having some things to do with some follow-up treatment for what I've been going through earlier in the year with my cancer. The great news is I do not have to worry about that, but we weren't sure. And so back when we needed to plan all this logistically, I told Terry, hey, probably shouldn't count on me. Then I found out I could go. And I sat in Terry's office and I was begging and pleading and crying. And Terry was like, would you just shut up? You can't go.
Stop it.
And so
Quit
I
the
stayed.
sniffling.
I stayed. And Terry and Elijah and Tyler went. So
We took video mocking you all the way to
sure,
Tampa.
Again, full disclosure, transparency. Had I gone, unlike Terry and Tyler and Elijah, I would have gone. I would not have driven. They drove. They're the suckers that wanted to drive 8 hours. I would have flown and met them there.
Well, if your flight wasn't delayed.
Well, there is. I was going to say, is it good now? Because there is a tropical system developing in the Gulf of Mexico right now. I think it's more west of where you are, so maybe it's not as impactful. I'm not really sure, but who knows, man? But I'm here.
We just got a little rain. We just got a little rain here a few minutes ago, and like typical, it's gone.
Yeah. It seems to be that way. Let's see. Where was I? Cale Wilson, if you don't mind, please, sir. Cut number 6. The hurdles to 24 teams. This is Greg Sankey asked about the future of the college football playoff and what is still potentially standing in the way of the SEC wanting to expand.
I went through that list in the midst of my remarks, so I won't rehash most of those. We don't have any idea at this point of the clear media interest in an expanded playoff. We do have an understanding of what happened when we went to 12, and we considered other formats. So that's one. Second is the calendar is challenging. There is a line embedded in the current version of the Protect College Sports Act that the football season be fully completed by January 8th. If you think through the implications of particularly that date, remember the American Football Coaches Association introduced that idea, produced a frustrated phone call from me to Craig Bowl about the lack of consultation. But you have to find places to play the games. And you have to think about whether overlap of those games when they're played is acceptable or not. I tend to think the access point is important for young people, and we've had conversations in smaller groups. They can answer, I'd rather have a chance than not have a chance, but there are limits on the number of games that you can play over time. So answering that first smaller set of, the first set of points in my remarks is really on my mind. That smaller set of points hopefully filters it a bit more.
And part of what Greg Sankey said was that at this point, Terry, there are still questions about how the College Football Playoff Selection Committee is going to view what the Southeastern Conference has done. That's one of the points that he talked about in his list. Another, of course, is one that has been big and top of mind for you and me and many others. But and that is, if we do away with our conference championship game, where's that money going to come from? What is access to this playoff look like? Is it at larges? Is it play-in games the way Eli Drinkwitz of Missouri has suggested? There's just a host of questions that haven't been answered. And he mentioned the Protect College Sports Act wants the season to end by the second week of January. Now, that part I can get on. I think a lot of people can get on board with that, Terry.
Yeah.
But do we start the season in, like 2 weeks from now? Because that's basically what you have to do.
Right.
And it might be nice in Madison, Wisconsin, or in the Twin Cities to go play a college football game the first week of August. But in Columbia, South Carolina, or College Station, Texas, or anywhere in between, it's already hot enough in September. I mean, you and I were joking about the fact that there's a couple of day games to start Carolina's home schedule, in early September, and that it's going to be brutal. Well, it's even more brutal. I mean, look, y'all, right now in downtown Columbia, it's 5:27, and it is 94 degrees in July. I mean, it's only a little bit hotter than that come August. You can't, and Columbia is not alone. So unless you play every game at 10 o'clock at night, it's just, and I, look, I think we'd all like to start the season earlier, but my goodness, so there's just logistically, Terry, there's a lot of things that's something that we can get into more. And I'm sure the commissioner is going to be asked by almost every radio station he does a visit with this week.
Sure.
Is how do we fix the calendar? But the answer is right now for most of us, I don't know. I don't know how you play 12 games with 2 off weeks and have an expanded playoff and conference championship games. It just,
it doesn't work. It's not going to work, and that's the problem. And the calendar is a thing. The calendar is a thing to everybody, right? Yep. I mean, this calendar needs to get fixed. You need to lock a bunch of smart people in a room, shut the door, bolt it, put guard dogs in front of it, and say you can't come out till you build a calendar that makes sense. Because that's what you have to do. And plus, you got to throw look. We never talk about academics because we all go, academics, whatever. But also, you have start of a school year. There's so many things in here that are a thing because then it leads into the transfer portal. Okay, how are you going to have a season then go to the transfer portal? Because look, at some point we got to realize it's asinine to start a transfer portal while you're still playing a season. It's stupid. It makes no sense. It's like starting free agency in professional sports while they're still playing the season. It just doesn't work, right? Because there's an advantage to teams that aren't playing. That's got to get fixed. So we didn't even bring that up, Jay. Right. How are you going to get the transfer portal in if you're playing all these games until God knows when? So this thing has to get fixed. And part of it is, look, that time you take off between the end of the regular season and the start of the playoffs has to go away. And again, obviously, the Army-Navy game that gets affected and stuff. So there's things that have to get figured out. Well, let's circle back to the original premise of there's 2 major issues here. One is the SEC championship game. That again, are you going to cut me a check for $50 million every year to make it go away? Okay, give me $50 million a year, and the game can go away because we're making at least that much money, and if not more down the road. And then B, you got a TV partner that does not want a 24-game playoff because then they lose a lot of exclusivity into the college football playoff games. Yep. That's called, I don't know, Mickey Mouse. Yeah. So there's 2 huge things here, and Mickey gets mad when you take away his exclusivity.
Ask the Jonas Brothers.
Right. So there are so many. We just went over. My head hurts over that stuff we just went over in the last 2 minutes,
and it's all real. Real. Well, we'll get into more of that. Again, Greg Sankey's going to join Terry and me coming up on Wednesday afternoon. Looking forward to having our talk with the commissioner. We'll come back on the other side. Again, the whole week was a drive around the SEC, but we'll get you some sound from the 3 coaching opponents that were on the docket today. A little bit from Josh Heupel of Tennessee, Will Stein, the new coach at Kentucky, and Brent Venables, Mr. Cliche at OU, all spoke today. We'll get you some quick hits from them coming up next.
We have these conversations about CHW cabinetry all the time. Why? Because they do a great job. They will install custom woodwork and cabinetry any area of your home. Any area. Pick a spot. They can put cabinetry in for you. Inside, outside, whatever. They do a lot of other accessory work as well. And it's quality. You can see on the website. You can read all the reviews. What they do that really sets them apart is this photorealistic rendering. The photorealistic renderings, they give you transparency, the word of the day. transparency through the entire project. You know what's going on. There's no one's hiding anything. Everything's up front. That's so important in a world today where, let's face it, sometimes we're not the most trustworthy folks because we get burned. Just call 803-520-6837. Again, 803-520-6837. Just have a conversation with Star and her crew. They will get you set up, and they'll make everything you want when it comes to cabinetry happen. Do it in your budget. Photorealistic renderings as well.
This is Cale Wilson from the Schroeder's Towing Traffic Center, bringing you another look at the traffic. Got an accident with the right lane blocked in Lexington County on I-26 eastbound at exit 113. And we've got an accident in Richland County on Clemson Road at I-20. Then an accident reported in Lexington County on I-20 westbound at exit 51. Then we've got long-term road construction on Bluff Road at Bluff Industrial Boulevard, Blythewood Road between Winnsboro Road and Wilson Boulevard, Broad River Road between I-26 and Dutch Fork Road, I-20 between exit 61 and 63, I-26 between exit 108A and exit 125, and McNulty Street between Blythewood Road and Main Street.
We're like a modern day Roy Firestone.
And we appreciate all of our fine sponsors of SEC Media Days because it means Terry doesn't have to sleep in the car. And that's a big, big deal.
Not this time.
Yeah.
Not this time.
Again, no strange,
Well, I think there's a lot.
no strange Verbo or Airbnb
Elijah
like
and I
last
were-
year.
I was getting ready to say last year. So Elijah and I did the Airbnb in Dallas a couple years.
Yeah.
It was okay. A solid place. Wasn't that far. It was all right, right? we did the Airbnb last year in Atlanta, and it was a little creepy. A little creepy.
Yeah.
There was there were unidentified stains on some of the furniture. We won't go into.
Well, you just
and
did. Yeah,
we
you
found
just-
out.
You just did.
Well, Eddie,
too late.
use your imagination.
Too late.
And then we didn't know that it was like a 3 or 4. It was like a kitchen area that was shared area, and we didn't realize that there was like 3 other bedrooms besides like the room. And the room we had, we didn't realize there was just like one bed. So Elijah and I had to cuddle for 4 days, and it was not. Elijah and I get in the room last night. Of course, we said, "You want to cuddle?" No, we got 2 beds. We're like, "Oh, we're already ahead of the game." There's no stains on the furniture. We like hotel living, Elijah Campbell and I.
Yeah.
Good. Well, you see, Jay Phillips, I saw the second bed. And I said, "Oh, great! I'm about to put our stuff on."
That's right.
Good.
Well, it's become a tradition. There are certain traditions you have in SEC Media Days. Elijah and I have a tradition. We just like to cuddle.
Well, that's
Yeah,
nice.
I mean,
we're just cuddling.
It's not an
man.
SEC Media Day without it at
That's
this point.
nice.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's friendly. We're like family here. At least
That's
some
what
of us.
it is.
Some of us. So that's good. That's good. No, but we do thank our fine sponsors because again, we didn't need because after that it was either stay in a hotel or Terry was in the station vehicle. And,
That's right. I'll be honest with you. Station vehicle or that Airbnb from last year, Elijah, where were we at? Station vehicle?
I would probably take station vehicle. Yeah. Multitude of reasons.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, part of me wants to feel bad for having stayed in the hotel the last couple of years, but you know what? I really kind of don't. I really
Consider
kinda
yourself
don't.
a survivor.
Yeah, I really.
I'm
really-
sorry. If I were you, I wouldn't feel bad
Yeah,
either, brother. You're fine.
I'm trying. I'm
You're all
trying to
good.
have. I want to be an empathetic person, but in this case, might not be working. I tell you what, that's good. Let's move on to some more SEC stuff here for you. Cut number 27, please, K.O. Wilson. Tennessee, Josh Heupel, quarterback whisperer. Does he have a quarterback? Here's the Vols head coach on what he's looking at this summer.
Yeah, there's going to come a day where I come back in here and we got a return starter. It's been 5 years here, and I was talking with Bill Martin, our sports information director. 7 out of the last 9 years, we've had a new starting quarterback in our history, our staff, and 7 out of the years we've been top 10 in the country in scoring too. So we have 2 young guys that compete at a high level. They've continued to grow. There's look forward to seeing them learn it, earn it, take a job in the course of training camp. I think that's important for his teammates to see that, honor that trust and respect from the other guys that you're going to be on the field with. But excited about who we have, and I think it's really important. I mentioned the offensive line earlier. It's important that those guys play at a high level. We have a lot of experience coming back at our skill positions on the offensive side of the football. It would be important that they're doing their job at a really high level. And ultimately, when you have a young quarterback, you got to tie everything together. We got to play really good defense, and special teams got to be on point.
The guys he's talking about there, George McIntyre, true freshman, Faison Brandon, and there are others in the quarterback room. Terry, he makes a great point. In most of the years that Josh Heupel's been there, they know how to move the football and score points. They run well. They spread the field. And he really can get into the head of a quarterback and make that kid better. But they weren't necessarily looking at that in the offseason this time around. And then, unfortunately, they've had to dig into it.
Yeah, I mean, they were hoping they could get Aguilar back because remember, he was one of those few guys who went to court and lost. So they were hoping to get Aguilar back. That didn't work. It feels like the true freshman, Faison Brandon, right now, that might be the guy they won't say out loud they hope wins it because of his physical abilities.
Right.
But McIntyre weighs as much as me. The thing about this, too, look, they've got a run game coming. But they always run the ball well because the way they spread the field with their formation. The way they just have their formation of offense spreads the field, thins the box. They can run the ball at a high rate. I'm telling you, you could probably put Gunner in the backfield. He'd gain 1,100 yards in Tennessee. Yeah. Their offensive line has come back. It's a veteran crew. The wide receivers have talent and upside. If they can get a trigger man at quarterback this year to be consistent, Jay, that offense will be massively dangerous. And let's face it, it hasn't truly been massively dangerous since Hendon Hooker, because Hendon Hooker threw one of the best deep balls in the country that year.
Yeah, great point.
And they just haven't had that. They were hoping they were going to have stability with Nico. How'd that work out?
Yeah.
So if they can get anybody just to, you know what it is too, and you and I have had this conversation about the Tennessee quarterback. What made Hooker so good is he just point guarded, man. He just dropped back. Oh, that guy's open. Here's the rock.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy's open. I'm taking the shot down the field. He didn't try to do too much. He stayed within the structure and the system of the offense, and that thing was ridiculously explosive. If they could just get a guy to point guard this offense and just drop back and not trying to do too much, that offense will cook because they can run the ball. So we'll see, but it feels like they would love to see the freshman take it over and just kind of ride with the ups and downs, especially early, of what a freshman could do, knowing his physical ability is gigantic.
One other, let's go to 21, please, Kale. Cut 21. This is Will Stein, and Kentucky, in a different kind of way, also having quarterback issues and starting quarterback issues through the years. They've had guys like Calzada try to come in. Remember, they've had way too many quarterbacks. Will Stein is also known as a quarterback whisperer. Done really good things with the guys he had while he was out at Oregon. Here's the Kentucky new head coach on what his quarterback can do in his system.
Offensive football, it's interesting because you almost like teach the plays first and then teach the skills after, because in order to go out there and run a play, you actually have to know where to go. It's a funny little dynamic offensively. But yeah, I mean, the quarterbacks have to know the system, have to know the scheme, have to know the checks like we do as coaches. I mean, you're putting the entire program in this player's hands every single snap. So they have to be completely in tune with what we're trying to do offensively. And ultimately in a game, let's just call it, you have 70 plays. 10 of them are going to be advantage offense. 10 of them are going to be advantage defense. And 50 of them are just going to be our call versus their call. So it's the quarterback's job to take this pot of 10 bad plays and put it into either equal play or advantage. So we're trying to eliminate negative plays at quarterback. And when they can really understand that check down is not a sign of weakness, understanding that, hey, we got a pass call, but I can check the inside zone and get us 5 yards and just continue to drive the ball down the field. That's when I think they've really achieved what we're looking for at that position. A lot of these kids mechanically are pretty good once you get them now. There's so many trainers out there now, and these kids are they're way more advanced than even when I was coming out of high school in 2007. So, yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, Terry, listening to Will Stein today, I thought he did a really nice job. And look, he's been working with Dan Lanning. Yeah, I thought he was very good. And again, he's confident. He's not brash, but they've had some issues. But if you had a guy like that, look, Stoops, conservative to a fault in terms of offense. Let's face it, a lot of playing not to lose with Mark Stoops on offense. Will Stein's not going to do that at UK. They're going to go up there looking to score points and whip the ball around the field.
Let's come back and talk a little bit more about Will Stein. We're up against him. Let's have a little Will Stein conversation on the other side. Very interesting.
All right, lots more to do here as day one of media days is rolling on.
Mom and Dad just gave us permission to give away free HVAC systems, and I have this crazy idea.
Hi, I'm Roy. I'm Joey. And I'm Jason. You heard us right. We're giving away multiple free units. If you believe you have the oldest HVAC system in the Midlands,
scan the QR code or visit the website below.
Do you see this room? During the week, it's the place that keeps me calm. I'm usually on the go Monday through Friday, and by the time I get home, I need a place to relax. But on weekends, instead of my sunroom, I just call it my son's room. A lot of love goes in an Architect sunroom. Call Architect of Central South Carolina today and schedule a free consultation with one of our personal design consultants.
At Atkins Law, we help injured workers and their families. People always ask what sets us apart. We're local and we focus on customer service. If you've been hurt on the job, call us because who you hire matters.
I'm Chip from Palmetto Citizens. I help people safeguard their futures with retirement accounts. I'm also our head of Going the Extra Mile. They say when your job's your passion, you never work a day in your life.
Have a great day.
SEC Media Days, sponsored in part by Wesco Brew and Bowl in West Columbia, in the heart of Casey. Bowling lanes, arcade games, also a full-service restaurant and 2 bars. Open Sunday through Thursday till 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday till midnight.
Sponsored by Wesco Brew and Bowl, AAA Heating and Air, Architect Advocates Law, SC Lumber, Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union, the Government, Louisiana Purchase in Normal, and Little Pig Barbecue. It's 2026 SEC Media Days on the Game Network, the 107.5 Game app, and the Game TV radio. Good here on YouTube. And now, Jay versus the Internet. It's the post-game show on the Game Network.
11 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on this Monday, day one of SEC Media Days, winding down. Yours truly here in Columbia. Terry, Elijah, Tyler, all down in Tampa. Big shout out before we get out here, and we'll do it every day. I promise to Kale, who's been running things at Master Control. Jalen ahead of him. David Dare working hard all day long. Our engineer, Randy Young, has been here, I think, all weekend. I don't think Randy is sleeping this week.
Randy's sleeping on the couch.
I've been talking about people needing to sleep in the car. It's Randy.
So he told me he's been up since 3 a.m.
He said he got up at 3.
Yeah.
He's been here at the
God love
office
him,
since
man.
5. Randy is running the video portion of things, a lot of audio.
Yeah.
So it is
And
a whole lot of work.
let's give Randy props. A hell of a job. We've incorporated like TV video stream commercials in the video stream this year for SEC Media Days. And Randy's been nailing it. And like you said, Kale, God love David Dare. We're going to have to get him some more medication. He's been running around all day long, cutting audio and doing
It
stuff.
looks good.
So,
I'm looking at Dave. He's got a smile on his face. He looks energetic and happy.
Look,
Maybe
Dave,
he already took
Dave's-
medication.
Yeah, seriously, special medication that makes him so happy. You know what I'm saying? Put edibles. Did I say that out loud?
I didn't
say that,
hear
did
anything. I didn't hear anything. No, but
So
thanks,
what?
thanks everybody. Yes, Kale.
Yeah.
I thought Kale had more to chime in on here. But tomorrow, the Gamecocks, the Georgia Bulldogs. Again, Georgia back on the schedule. Tennessee, we talked about a little bit earlier. Got a little bit more to talk about on Will Stein. Also tomorrow, Auburn and Vandy, either on the Gamecock schedule. Wednesday, we'll have Greg Sankey and a lot of other stuff going on throughout the week. But tomorrow, Shane Beamer and players is what I am being told.
Yes. We'll have the players. We're going to have Shane involved in some way, shape, or form tomorrow as well. And we're working on coordinating the whole thing. We'll probably have the players on our show here between 3 and 6. Shane will talk at 2:55. We carry that live like always. And probably get Shane sometime earlier than that as he's looking over from the airport. So we'll have all the South Carolina you can handle tomorrow. Plus
And
all the
somebody's
guys covering
really excited near
South
you, man.
Carolina. Yeah, they're getting it cranking.
Somebody playing like blackjack or something.
Yeah, somebody just won a lot of money.
Yeah,
What's that old school Keno?
Yeah,
They won
I
at
don't know.
Keno,
Somebody
Jack.
got really
They
excited.
won at Keno.
I don't
Hey,
know.
I want to hit this real quick on Will Stein.
Okay.
I thought, look, we don't know what he's going to be, and I don't think Kentucky's going to be very good. You look at their schedule; if they pull more than 4 or 5 wins, it would be wow, what a season. And they just you look at both sides of the ball. There's work to do there, right? But he was impressive today, and you watched him too. And I love that. We talked about earlier in the show. Well, why is your team going to be good? Well, because of me. And he said it honestly. He didn't say it like as a jerk. The other thing is he went into his offensive football philosophy, talking about how important first down was. Yeah. You heard him there saying a check down's okay, and the goal here are first downs and explosive plays. And the stuff he's saying is like he's nailing it, right? But again, can he make the transition from quarterback coach, offensive coordinator, and be the head coach, CEO of a team? We don't know that, but he was impressed. You don't win any games at the podium. You and I both know it, but he was good today for a newbie who just got up there for the first time, laying out, his answers to the questions and giving his spiel. He was all right today, man.
I thought he did a really nice job, and I think he is going to be, for Kentucky fans, a 180-degree difference from Mark Stoops.
Right?
And look, I know Stoops had a couple of 10-win seasons, and Mitch Barnhart, the AD, the former AD, they stuck with Coach Stoops when things were not going well. Again, through his first 5 years, they were averaging 5 and 7, and then they popped with a couple of good years. But then it kind of fell back to earth the last couple of years because it just, again, there's not a lot of imagination in that offense, and again, Stoops wants an offense that complements his defense, and that was an ability to try to run the ball and, again, not put the ball in danger, which is fine. I'm not saying that's a bad philosophy, but you got to have quarterbacks to run that, and they just weren't attracting that kind of talent, Terry. It wasn't happening anymore, and Stein is somebody who grew up loving Kentucky. Again, the irony is that he went to Louisville, but his dad played football at UK, grew up a UK fan. Now he's back in that fold, but he's going to have a track record of working with guys like Bo Nix and fixing, and that's my word and not his, fixing Bo Nix from what was going on at Auburn to what happened to get Bo drafted and now become a really good quarterback. And certainly Sean Payton has a lot to do with that too. But he helped Bo Nix become a different quarterback. He's helping Dante Moore become a better quarterback. It's work, and he can point to that here in the next couple of years.
And I think it's very tough to win in football, period. Having to win in spite of one side of the ball or the other. And with Stoops, he was always like winning despite his offense. Yeah. Because he just didn't – he always protected his defense. So it's a really tough way to win.
No, I completely agree. Good stuff today, sir. Thank you, Cale. Good job. Captain Dave, Randy, thank you guys. Elijah as well for all the work he's done, and Tyler. Thanks to Tony Barnhart. Gamecocks, full front and center tomorrow.